Hey friends, welcome in. We are going to be doing a kind of a weird stream for us. We are going to be not only in cosplay, not only playing Pokemon, but also reading some of the best fan fiction. So I will be starting up my Discord call really soon. I'm going to drop the Discord link here so that we can all hang out together while I read these masterpieces. So one of the other things I'm going to be doing is playing Pokemon Scarlet, like I said, and I'm not sure how I'm going to balance it all. So you will all be along for the ride. I'm going to move you over a little bit so I can lean on the couch a little better because it's way more comfortable. I do have an adult beverage, and we are all just going to pretend like we're not having a crazy time with that. So tucking my legs up next to me. It is in fact stream time, Cube. You are correct. So let's go. Yep, we're gonna have fanfiction and Pokemon. Although I did not finish the accessories for this, it is Yor from Spy Family, but in a bunny suit. I was gonna finish her golden headpiece and everything, and I ran out of time. Couldn't get that finished. So the trials and tribulations of cosplaying. So I am going to start this up. Just so you can see, we are going to be playing Pokemon. I will be leaving this screen up for a good while before we get into Pokemon, but it will be the main thing. All right, so we are connected to Stream Chat in the Discord. If you're not in our Discord, or if you maybe just want to lurk, you can. You'll be hearing me double if you lurk and don't speak. So just keep that in mind. So I have joined a Discord, or I have started a Discord call. It is in the stream chat section. Let me make sure that the permissions are set up correctly because they should be able to connect. Okay. So as long as you have reacted to that initial post with the rules, and you are a member, you should be able to join the call just fine. So hopefully you'll join us on there if you want to. You don't have to, but I think it's going to be a lot of fun. So the first one that I found is something called Hogwarts School of Prayer and Miracles. So we are going to take our Joy-Cons and we're going to set them to the side because for this one, we won't have the wherewithal. Can everybody hear me okay? I don't know if the Discord has anybody in it, so I don't know if anybody is tuning in on that as well. Let me know if there's problems hearing me or if you can hear me just fine. All right. One for the Muppet Man. Good. I've seen those Muppets, Glenn Travis. I've seen them. All right. Sounds like we are all good. Okay. So this one, like I said, is called Hogwarts School of Prayer and Miracles. It is basically a stay-at-home mom who is very big into Christianity, has decided she wants her kids to be able to read Harry Potter for like the good themes of like fighting evil and friendship, but not for all that witchy stuff, because that's too much. So let's just get right into it. This was written by Proud Housewife on fanfiction.net. I am going to put the links. I'm going to put the links to all of these in the Discord. It's actually going to be in the no mic chat, which is where you would go if you want to tune in, but you don't necessarily want to talk to us. That is also an option. So if you want to follow along, you can. That link is in the Discord. If you need me to drop the Discord link, we can get that redone. But I'm going to go ahead and get started. So her tagline for the whole thing is, do you want your little ones to read books and they want to read the Harry Potter books, but you do not want them to turn into witches? Well, this is the story for you. This story has all the adventures of JKR's books, but will not lead your children astray. For concerned mommies everywhere, blessings, Grace Ann. So that's just how she describes the story. So this is gonna be fun. The first thing is the author's note. Now, mind you, I am going to be reading any of the fan fictions that we choose, whether we continue with some others later or whether we just play this one, or just the two that I've picked out. We won't be reading the full things this time. We might read quite a bit of them, but we won't be reading the full things. And I will be reading them exactly as written, to the best of my abilities, because my brain does tend to just fill in the blanks when there's bad writing afoot. So hopefully I can stick with the original theme of the story. All right, author's note. Hello, friends. My name is Grace Ann. I'm new to this whole fanfiction thing, but recently I've encountered a problem that I believe this is the solution to. You ready? My little ones have been asking to read the Harry Potter books, and of course I'm happy for them to be reading, but I don't want them to turn into witches. Sorry, it reads turning into witches. So I thought, why not make some slight changes so these books are family friendly? And then I thought, why not share this with all the other mommies who are facing the same problem? So ta-da, here it is. I'm so excited to share this with all of you. So without further ado, once upon a time, there was a little boy named Harry Potter who lived under the stairs in a house on Privet Drive with his aunt and uncle. He was a good, obedient boy who did all his chores, but he felt that there was something missing in his life. Something big and special, but he could not quite name it. He stayed up every night and wished for his special something. But then one day, there was a knock at the door, and everything changed. The punctuation in this is really weird. There's like semicolons all over the place for some reason. Answer the door, Harry! His Aunt Petunia, a career woman, barked from her armchair, where she sat with her feet up. She had short, curly blonde hair and never wore any makeup. Uncle Vernon nodded sheepishly from the kitchen and put a tray of moist, chocolatey brownies in the oven. Shouldn't you be doing that? Harry thought. But he was a very obedient boy, so he answered the door right away. He turned the brass metal doorknob and pulled open the heavy wooden door. On the porch was standing a huge, muscular man with a big, manly beard, and he was dressed in a plaid and red shirt, blue jeans, and sturdy leather boots. His chest was covered in a thick, unruly carpet of coarse brown hair. He wore a necklace that looked to Harry like a lowercase t. Just looking at Harry feel happy, peaceful somehow, but he couldn't say why. Pretty sure the word him was supposed to be in there. Good morning, kiddo, the man greeted amicably, and smiled at Harry. He had the peaceful, friendly sort of face you just knew you could trust. My name is Hagrid. Could I speak to your mommy and daddy? You'll understand why we're giving him that voice in a minute. I don't have a mommy or daddy, Harry replied sadly and looked at his raggedy old shoes that were blue. Perhaps that was why he felt so lonely, he thought, not for the first time. Maybe that's what he was missing, a mommy and daddy. But no, that was not quite right. I'm sorry to hear that, Hagrid uttered empathetically. You can speak to my auntie and uncle, Harry retorted politely and blinked his big blue childlike eyes. What do you want? Aunt Petunia peered out the door with her narrow, suspicious eyes, and she was wearing a baggy, unflattering pantsuit. Hello, neighbor! I was wondering if you have been saved, Hagrid exclaimed brightly and tipped his wide-brimmed straw cowboy hat. You see, it's a cowboy hat, but it's made out of straw. I've never seen one in person, but apparently they exist wherever Grace Ann is. Yeah, it's a straw cowboy hat. Just stick with me, folks. And Petunia laughed a gravelly laugh and leaned forward on her sturdy, practical boots. Saved. Don't tell me you're one of those Christians. Harry did not know what that word meant, but Hagrid's smile was the most peaceful smile he had ever seen. I think Harry might be a little bit gay. It made Harry feel warm and happy inside just seeing the glowing, radiant grin on the kind, friendly stranger's face. He might be a little bit gay. He wondered why Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon did not smile like that. Yes, I am, Hagrid replied kindly. Are you? Aunt Petunia laughed again, and stuck her pointy, sharp nose in the air. Harry's always been a little bit gay. You're right. We are too smart for that.
Haven't you read Dawkins? God is dead. Dawkins proved that. Would you like us to educate you on the Dawkins?
What? On the Dawkins? Okay.
What is a Christian? Harry queried innocently and scuffed his shoe on the shaggy yellow carpet, which had not been vacuumed in quite some time.
Wouldn't that be a chore he would have to do? Like, he said he does his chores all the time, but I guess vacuuming's not one of them. Christians are people who want to be good, Hagrid explained wisely and crouched down so he was on eye level with Harry. We want to go to heaven after we die. Do you know what heaven is, Harry? Harry shook his head, and his big eyes were wide and curious. Heaven is a beautiful place where we can be with God. Aunt Petunia smacked her hands over Harry's young ears, and her voice was sickly sweet when she said,
Thank you very much for your concern, sir, but he does not need your religion.
Ronnie, you're just in time.
He has science and socialism and birthdays. Haven't you heard of evolution? I have a very good textbook on evolution that I could give you if you would like to learn such things.
Hagrid laughed wisely. Ha ha. Evolution is a fairy tale. You don't really believe that, do you? I'm just imagining this, like, big lumberjack of a man. He would burn in hell with all the other sinners. That's what this story is for, Ronnie. You can check it out on the Discord where I've linked it in the no mic chat for anybody who wants to follow along. Especially sinners who like Vegeta. Yeah. Or Darth Vader. It's an inside joke. Sorry, y'all.
Yes, I do, Aunt Petunia screeched.
Well, then prove it. Aunt Petunia could only stare at him, and her big mouth hung open dumbly. And here she thought she was so educated and always demanded that Christians prove what they believed in, but she couldn't even prove her own religion. Evolution and Darwinism is not a religion. Okay. It was then that Harry knew who the smart one was here. Sorry, here was. The worst of the worst. Exactly. Tell me how to get to this heaven place, Harry cried wistfully, clapping his hands together. What happened to her hands being over his ears? Sometimes the wisdom of little ones is really amazing. We think we grown-ups know it all, but then God speaks through the mouths of little ones and shows us how we are all mortals struggling along the path of life, humility. You pray to the deeds of atheism, Darwin, Dawkins, and Dave Franco. Oh, okay. Well, as long as you pray every day. Or at least when you feel like it. That's the true thing. You must pray when you feel like it. We're probably going to get through... I don't think Cube knows about Duct Tape Vegeta. No, we haven't talked about Duct Tape Vegeta much on the channel. So, we'll, No, we're not going to Google that today. We're not going to add that to the ever-increasing lore of this channel just yet. It will, it'll join us someday. So... anyway, we're gonna get through probably about 2 or 3 chapters of this one, and then we might switch to the other one. We'll see. We'll play it by ear. If y'all are enjoying it, we'll keep going, but we might switch to the other one. It seems like a better fan fiction. Alright, where did it go? Where were we? Alright, humility. Sorry. All you have to do is be saved. Do you want to be saved? I do, Harry squealed, jumping up and down. Then pray the sinner's prayer. Aunt Petunia tried to stop him, but she was powerless against Harry's pure, innocent, holy energy. Soon, Harry had said the prayer. Hagrid beamed happily. You're a Christian now, Harry, Hagrid cried proudly. Harry smiled, but then interrogated. But how do I be a Christian? I don't know how. Sorry, he interrogated, so I got aggressive. That's probably the wrong move. Hagrid grinned widely. There's only one place to learn that. Hogwarts School of Prayer and Miracles. Repent, boy! Wow. Whisper me and I will explain. Oh god, no. Author's note. So, what do you all think? I may not be a professional writer, but I think I am being given the talent to pull this off in service of a greater mission. Blessings, Grace Ann. Harry, did you put your name into the Bible? A fire. You see, Harry was the interrogator, so he got, like, real aggressive out of nowhere. Like, bro, calm down. Calm down. That was the end of chapter 1, in case anybody's wondering. Why do all these cringy writers think they're doing a good job? She was called to a higher mission, and also this was 2014. Because Jesus, you right. You right. This was written in 2014. I think it was initially published in like August of that year. So just so everybody knows, we're coming to you from the year 2014. All right. Chapter 2 is called New Horizons, in case anybody wants to know, which consequently became the name of the Animal Crossing game. Coincidence? Yeah, probably. We need a Harry Potter fanfic where they discover guns. That's probably been done. But if you find it and it's good enough for the channel, we might read it. All right. So, author's note at the top. Hello, friends. I've been getting so many lovely, thankful messages from mommies everywhere, and I just want to say thank you all for your encouragement. However, I've also been getting several messages saying that my story is bad because Harry Potter is not just about witches, it's also about friendship and kindness and bravery. Friends, this is exactly what I've been saying. Harry Potter has many good things about it, but it still has witchcraft, so my children cannot read it. But that is why I'm writing this, so they can have all the adventure and good morals of the Harry Potter books without all that bad stuff that is bogging it down. I mean, Matthew 3:12, am I right? So without further ado, on to chapter 2. Exactly, because Jesus is calling people to do things always goes well, like the Crusades. Wow. Jesus created Animal Crossing. Oh. I don't know what board that's being put on, but it's sure being put on the board. You said put it on the board, and I don't know what we're talking about, so put it on the board. All right. Chapter 2. Hogwarts School of Prayer and Miracles? Harry queried and clasped his hands. Just at hearing that name, he felt such a sense of inner peace. He wanted to have more of that peace, and he wanted to learn how to be a good Christian. He was starting to think that peace and being a good Christian were in fact the same thing. I want to go there. You're just saying Harry Potter wouldn't be a lot shorter if they had AK-47s? I mean, probably. It would have been shorter if they had AR-15s, too. Be a different kind of school. Much more American. Sorry, was that too political? Hagrid beamed widely. He had been praying so hard to save a soul today, and he was so happy to have saved the soul of such a sweet, earnest little one. The poor boy, being raised by two parents who were not Christian. They're not his parents. I stole the joke from Cube. They're not his parents. We've already established they're not his parents. What do you mean raised by two parents? They're his aunt and uncle. He's already told you his parents are dead, which means he does not consider his aunt and uncle his parents. He calls them his aunt and uncle. Lady, keep your story straight. Okay, all right. And who both went to work and left him with a babysitter all day long. It was a good thing Hagrid had got here in time. 5 years down the road, Harry might have been a fornicating, drug-addicted evolutionist. Anybody who calls themselves an evolutionist is usually not somebody who's also fornicating. Can't speak for the drug-addicted part. But, like, maybe it was different in 2014. I don't know. It was like 9 years ago, you know.
Don't be silly, Harry,
Aunt Petunia commanded and wrung her long, bony hands.
Come back inside. I will read to you about evolution from the Dawkins. You do not need that silly religion.
Wait, the Dawkins? What? What is happening? The Dawkins fornicating in the science lab, baby. Was that a 2014 thing? You gotta let us know, Glenn. Also, why... The Dawkins? The Dawkins is not a thing. Okay, all right. Okay. Harry scrunched up his innocent little face and thought very hard. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon were as close to parents as he had, and this was the only home he knew. Could he really leave? But he was safe now. He had prayed the sinner's prayer. He could not stay here anymore, not with what he knew now. Suddenly, he knew what he had to do. Also, my favorite part is coming up, so, like, hold on. No, Aunt Petunia, he uttered calmly with childlike wisdom. Evolution is not real, and I am going to Hogwarts.
No, no, Harry, Aunt Petunia screeched desperately. I have an idea. You can have a second birthday today. You like birthdays, right?
What's with the birthdays? What's with the birthdays? Birthdays are not of God, Harry verbalized knowingly. How did you suddenly know this?
and looked at his aunt with innocent wisdom. It's not sanitary up to lab standards. You tried to corrupt me, but it did not work. But I forgive you, Aunt Petunia, because of Luke 23:34. Where did you get a Bible verse, young man? You've not even looked at a Bible. You've seen a shifty man in your doorway expressing that you have to pray a sinner's prayer and be saved for all of your days. And yet, no birthdays. Birthdays are not allowed. What are we doing? We are reading the best fan fiction that I could find. And it's very fun. And, all right, we're reading Harry Potter and the School of Prayer of Miracles. And then in a little bit, we'll be reading a different Harry Potter fan fiction. And then we'll be playing some Pokemon. And yeah, no, it's fun. It's fun. This is what we're doing tonight. So, also, we mentioned Vegeta up in the comments, and then suddenly somebody named Goku is here. What's that about? Certain very religious Christians don't celebrate birthdays. Oh, okay. Cool. Good to know. I think I did know that, but also, like, why is it just called Christians and then, like, suddenly no birthdays? Birthdays not allowed. This lady's Christianity is all the Christianities, apparently. I guess. I don't know which part of Christianity forbids birthdays, but it's this lady's. All right. So he spouted off a random Bible verse, Luke 23:34. I will let y'all know that at some point she does start telling us what those are in the bottom comments, but I don't think it's until chapter 3. So I have read this one and I have read the other one a lot. So y'all will just have to bear with me here. I've only read this one all the way through one time. So Hagrid was amazed once again at the wisdom of little ones. He did not know if he could forgive someone who had hurt him as much as this woman had hurt little Harry. Deny him the truth? Who could be so cruel? But Harry did not even think twice about it. He forgave just like that. Truly, Hagrid gained a new understanding of Matthew 19:14 that day. Do not leave, Harry, Dudley wailed childishly. I must, said Harry, and he stepped over the threshold. Goodbye, Dursleys. I hope you too are one day saved. Sorry, I read that wrong. I hope you are saved too one day. Both don't make sense, so it's okay. Theirs made a little more sense than mine. I don't know where my brain went with those words. And with that, he and Hagrid began to walk down Private Drive. How will we get to the school, Hagrid? Harry queried curiously. We will pray, Hagrid retorted knowledgeably. How do we do that? Harry solicited inquisitively. Watch, Hagrid said, and then he got down on his knees on the road. He motioned for Harry to get down on his knees too. Hagrid raised his hands to the heavens and cried out in a deep, thunderous voice, Dear Lord, take us to Hogwarts. So maybe they got hit by a truck and got isekai'd to Hogwarts. Maybe that's how this is working, because Harry felt himself being whisked away, and in a moment he was sitting in the cool, damp grass outside a humongous, beautiful castle. He looked at awe and the tall towers and gray stones. What a beautiful place. So I'm going with the isekai route. I'm saying that Hagrid found a dude and then called up Truck Coon, and now they're in an anime. And it's a very Christian anime. God is in the travel business. Jehovah's Witness, yep. They don't do birthdays, gifts really of any kind, I guess. All right, hang on. Got to finish this part of the chapter so we can get to chapter 3 of this book. All right. A tall, thin man with a long, pointed beard and big wire spectacles stood in front of Harry. He was wearing a brown and tweed suit and a nice matching hat. His shoes were made of leather and polished until they shone. He had a smile much like Hagrid's, so peaceful, Harry just knew he could trust him. This masterpiece, yes. A lovely, kindly young woman with flowing blonde hair and a pleasant heart-shaped face stood beside this holy man. Okay. Who thinks that they know who this blonde and this man are going to be? Any guesses? Any guesses at all? This long, pointy beard man, tall and thin, and this blonde young woman. Any guesses? Anybody at all? You might get the first. You may not get the second.
All right. Don't worry, it tells you in the next little section here. This last little line of the chapter. Hello there, little one, the man greeted amicably. Amicably? Okay, yeah. I am the Reverend Albus Dumbledore, and this is my wife, Minerva. Welcome to Hogwarts School of Prayer and Miracles. Sorry, didn't mean to laugh. Minerva is now a young blonde woman, and Albus is a reverend. Everybody needs to be okay with this. I'll give you a moment to be okay with this. Author's note, blessings. And that is the end of chapter 2. Blissfully, and, tragically, this is only 14 chapters. It's just so sad that it's only 14 and we don't get more of it. The ending of chapter 14 is a little weird, but there's a total reason for it. We'll get there eventually. Chapter 3, Dinner Time. Author's note. Hello, friends. I have struggled a lot about whether or not to keep going with this story, but with a lot of praying, my husband and I have decided it is the right thing to do. We want our little ones to have a good Christian literature to read, and in this modern world, sometimes that can be hard to come by. So I will just have to make do. Smiley face. Pleased to meet you, Reverend Dumbledore, Harry replied enthusiastically and got to his feet. This sure is a lovely place you have here. The Reverend beamed. Why, thank you, little one. His voice had to sorry. Why, thank you, little one. Wait, that's too much like Hagrid's. Hang on. Why, thank you, little one. His voice had a distinctive southern twang to it that made Harry feel so safe and welcome. He knew in that moment that the Reverend was a man of God. Quick recap. Minerva McGonagall is young and blonde. Albus Dumbledore has a southern accent, and Hagrid is a tall man with muscles who dresses like a lumberjack and has a lot of bushy, hairy hair coming out of his chest. Yeah, that's where we're going with this. Okay. This poor little one was raised in a terrible situation, Hagrid declared concernedly. He was watched by a babysitter every second of the day. His aunt saw him as part of her perfect little package, like the big house, the fancy career, the speedy car. Dumbledore shook his head sadly. Too bad no one told her. Parenting should be about the children, not the parents. That's why it's called parenting. Hagrid nodded wisely. Dumbledore turned to Harry and announced authoritatively, Now you can start your classes tomorrow morning. Today you get settled into your dormitory. But first, why don't you eat dinner with my family and me? Really? Harry gasped excitedly. I've never had a family dinner before. Why don't you come with us then? Dumbledore cried kindly and then got down on his knees. Everyone else did the same. Raising his large, massive, manly hands up to the heavens, Dumbledore bellowed in a voice louder than Hagrid's had been. Lord, please take us to the kitchen. Suddenly, they all found themselves in a tasteful, decorated kitchen. Wow! Harry shouted in awe. He was still getting used to the power of prayer. That's why it's called parenting. Right. Sometimes we take the wonderful things the Lord gives us for granted, and it takes a newcomer to the fold for us to understand just how blessed we are. That was amazing! Hagrid smiled knowingly. God is an amazing guy. God is an amazing guy. He sure is. The Reverend's wife chuckled before getting down to her knees and raising her own hands upwards. Dear Lord, please set the table with the sky blue tablecloth and the Sunday dishes, and please give us biscuits and fried golden brown and gravy, creamy mashed potatoes, my great aunt Eleanor's corn recipe. Sorry, hang on. I gotta read all of that with no pauses, because that's how it's written. Dear Lord, please set the table with the sky blue tablecloth and the Sunday dishes, and please give us the biscuits, fried golden brown, and gravy, creamy mashed potatoes, my great aunt Eleanor's corn casserole, corn on the cob slathered with butter, and for dessert, some chocolatey raspberry cookies. All of these things appeared on the table exactly as the Reverend's wife had asked for them. Masterfully prepared and delicious smelling. Harry's mouth dropped open. Truly, this was a real Proverbs 31 wife. Hermione, the Reverend summoned loudly. Dinner time! Immediately, and with a cheerful obedience, an 11-year-old girl in a pretty pink dress with a matching bow came running down the stairs. She ran over to her father and gave him a winning smile that daughters have.
Welcome home, Daddy, she smiled and then turned to his wife. Can I help at all with dinner, Mommy? It's all prepared, thanks be to God, her mother retorted gracefully. Hermione nodded knowingly. So to recap, Hagrid is a big lumberjack man. Albus Dumbledore is a reverend who is maybe young, maybe not. Minerva McGonagall is a young blonde woman, and their daughter is Hermione Granger. Yep, that's all happening. All right. Hermione, I would like you to meet Harry Potter, our newest student at Hogwarts School of Prayer and Miracles, Dumbledore introduced magnanimously. Harry, I would like you to meet Hermione Granger, my beloved daughter. Does this author think Granger is her middle name? Or did she change her last name? Do her parents and her not have the same last name? I don't know. Pleased to meet you, Hermione responded sweetly with a shy grin. Sorry, couldn't do shy for a second. Harry could barely respond. She was the most beautiful young woman he had ever come across. So different from all the girls in public school who were focused on trying to be career women like they saw in Sex and the City. This little one was the picture of innocence and godliness. Her Christian name. So, 2014, this author thinks that other 11-year-old girls are watching and imitating Sex and the City. Was that a thing? Did I miss that somehow? Okay. Now, Dumbledore pronounced genially, let's eat. As the holy men, women, and little ones dug into the delicious manna of the Lord that the Lord had granted them, the conversation amongst the adults turned to darker topics. Harry listened intently, but he did not understand. But he was very interested. Dark days are coming, Hagrid pronounced gravely, around a mouthful of casserole. Evil forces are coming into this world, and the little ones at Hogwarts may be our last resort. Psalm 127:5, Dumbledore referenced solemnly, and the others at the table nodded knowingly. Hogwarts might be the last hope for the forces of good in this world. Author's note. Blessings! Alright. Are we ready for chapter 4? Like, are we truly ready for chapter 4? There's 14 total. We're not going to get through all 14 unless we really just like this a lot. But, are we ready for chapter 4? I don't think we are. So allegedly there was a long pause between chapters 3 and 4. Because she starts it off with author's note. Hello, friends. I apologize for being gone for so long. One of my little ones came down with pneumonia, so of course my life has been nothing but doctor's appointments and chicken soup. And that's on top of all the work a mommy has to do. I had nearly forgotten about this little story of mine when I sat down to catch up on email, and lo and behold, there were dozens of messages from this lovely site. Now, of course, there were some hateful messages that made me very sad. But for every review posted by an evolutionist with a bee in his bonnet, there were 3 lovely private messages from other mommies out there, thanking me for doing the Lord's work. Wow! I know when the Lord is telling me something. So here's another chapter for all you mommies out there, and all you non-believers spreading hatred. Well, let's see if you aren't converted by the time this story's over. Hi, Suanova. Welcome to, Fanfiction. This is Hogwarts School of Prayer and Miracles. It is, yeah, you tuned in at the right time. Oh, yeah. So we do have a Discord. For anybody who's not in the Discord, I'm going to go ahead and redrop it real quick, just to get that out of the way. So we have a Discord. I am on a Discord call. If you'd rather listen that way, if you want to chime in at any point, you can. There is a tab called No Mic, which is where if you don't have a microphone, you don't talk to us, that's okay. You can still tune in, you can still talk that way. I have dropped a link to this fanfiction in there if you want to follow along. So if you're one of those readers who has to have the words right in front of you, totally understand. I have to do that too. You can follow along there. You can just open it up on fanfiction.net. And we are currently on chapter 4, Dangerous Days Ahead. So we just read our our 4th author's note, technically. We just read our author's note at the start of the chapter. we're going to get right into it. When the delicious, filling dinner had ended, Harry wiped some of the last tasty cookie crumbs from the side of his mouth. He was very full and very tired. Discovering the truth, being saved, and coming to Hogwarts, it had certainly been a long day for this little one. You look like you could use a good night's sleep, the Reverend's wife commented daintily. How would you like to move into your dormitory? I would love to, Harry cried cheerfully. He was so excited to become a student here. Recap, since Suo wasn't here before. The Reverend's wife is Minerva McGonagall, a young blonde woman. Or it just says Minerva. I guess technically she's not McGonagall because she'd be Dumbledore, but okay. Yeah. And then they're Southern. There's a Southern twang. There's a Southern twang. I'm doing my best here. Harry cried cheerfully. He was so excited to become a student here, and he was so grateful for the opportunities the Lord had given him. Sometimes, people who would have done without are the most grateful. Hermione, why don't you show our newest student to the dormitory? Dumbledore suggested wisely. I'd love to, Daddy, Hermione replied obediently. Oh yeah, Hermione is Dumbledore and Minerva's kid in this. What chapter are we on? Chapter 4. We are on chapter 4. It is called Dangerous Days Ahead. All right. Hermione replied obediently with an innocent, girlish smile and got to her feet and smoothed out the skirt of her becoming pink frock. Should I clean the kitchen first? I can take care of that tonight, the Reverend's wife answered indulgently, and she was already beginning to clear the elegant porcelain dishes. Hold on. So she summoned the power of the Lord to set the table laden with all the food and everything, but she's going to wash the dishes by hand. Okay, that's fine. Or at least she's going to clear the table by hand. I would have just get them out of here, and I'll go clean them in a minute. Thank you, Mommy, Hermione shouted gratefully, and she walked over to Harry. Would you please come with me? Harry blushed shyly and got to his feet. His aunt had never taught him how to talk to pretty girls. She always said that pretty girls were shallow and not very smart, and that a real woman put her career first and didn't care about her looks, but it only took one look at this godly young woman to realize just how wrong that was. Young girl. A woman taking pride in her appearance is honoring the Lord because, after all, it is the Lord who gave her a pretty face and nice hair. Taking care of that is important. Harry got the feeling that Hermione was as beautiful on the inside as she was on the outside. When did they move Hogwarts to Southern USA? I'm not sure. We just know that the Reverend, his wife, and his daughter, by extension, so the Reverend, at minimum, has been described as having a Southern twang. I thought it might be a little weird to give him a Southern twang and not his wife and daughter. Plus, I can only do one British accent. I can't do two, or at least one female British accent. All right. The two little ones stepped into the brisk, chilly night, and for a few minutes they were both silent. The writer is American. Yes. We can glean that this writer is definitely from America. Harry did not think it was possible for the sweet, demure girl to be as nervous as he was, but going by the silence, perhaps she was a little nervous herself. After a few minutes, Hermione welcomed shyly. Welcome to Hogwarts. It's a lovely place, and we really are so glad to have you here. Harry's face reddened as they crossed an expansive, flowery field. They were going in the direction of a cluster of imposing stone, academic-looking buildings. Thank you, he muttered happily. It is beautiful, and it feels very holy. How does he know what holy feels? How does he know random Bible verses and what holy feels like? What is happening? How does Harry know these things? He was literally saved today. He found out what a Christian was today. This morning. What is happening? Okay. Sorry. It is, Hermione commented enthusiastically, and her chocolate-covered, carefully curled tresses were bouncing along with her steps. My father is a very godly man, and to spread the word of the Lord is his greatest dream. Truly that is a noble dream, Harry responded gravely, with wisdom beyond his few years. They walked for a few more minutes in silence. Eventually, they reached the end of a lovely green meadow. The boys' dormitory is this way, Hermione exposited knowingly, and with the innocent, casual affection so often found in children, she grabbed Harry's hand as she led him to the edifice of classrooms. She grabbed his hand. Ooh. Harry was so nervous he could not think of anything to say. His brain fumbled for the perfect Christian thing to say, but before he could even manage a word, Hermione came to a stop in front of a tall stone tower. She's sinning. Yep, she touched hands. Straight to hell. Straight to hell. Straight to hell. Hand holding leads. The cuddling. This is the boys' dormitory, the devout young woman explained kindly, and she gestured to the heavy oak door beside them. I would show you inside, but I would hate to cause a scandal. I understand. Understand, Harry declared graciously. Too many young men these days pressure young women into things undesired and forbidden. It is the mark of a true old-fashioned gentleman to respect the fact that every young woman is another man's future wife, and we all know that it would be a dreadful, terrible sin to bring another man's wife into intimacy. Why does modern culture suddenly treat that it's... Hang on. Why does modern culture suddenly treat that as okay simply because he does not have her yet? Man's laws may permit it, but the laws of the Lord are not bound by time. All of that was like author note, but part of the story. Like, it's part of the story. It's not written as an author's note. It's just part of the story. Okay, all right. Hermione moved to push open the imposing large door, but she struggled with the knob. It was quite a heavy door. But Harry was a good, devout Christian now. He would not have a young, godly girl struggling to open a door which he was perfectly capable of opening himself. With the simple faith so often seen in little ones, Harry got down on his knees and lifted his hands skyward and shouted prayerfully, Dear Lord, please open these doors and allow me to enter my new home. With a loud, thunderous boom that echoed throughout the expansive, beautiful campus, the doors crashed open. Harry stood up piously as Hermione's jaw dropped. That would be Voldemort trying to influence him. Voldemort is in this story. He hasn't shown up yet. We don't know him yet. So hang on. Now she knew for certain that this was truly a man of the Lord. Harry was about to step inside when Hermione grabbed his arm. He blushed once more. His arm, his hand and his arm. Oh. Wait, Harry, Hermione uttered quickly. There's something you should know. What is it? Harry queried questioningly. My father says that dark times are coming. Hermione spoke worriedly. There is a man named Voldemort who wants to destroy all that we stand for. He is pushing an agenda in Congress which will stop us from practicing our faith previously. Practicing our faith freely. I saw sharing a soda in my brain. I don't know. But that is what our founding fathers built this nation for, Harry cried indignantly. The freedom of religion, confirming they are in fact in America. Voldemort doesn't care, Hermione remarked sadly. She shook her head. And he is gaining power. The freedom of Christians to practice our faith is disappearing by the day. Soon it will be like it was in Rome. Lovely, ladylike tears began to roll down her delicate, terrified face. And I don't like lions. It's one of those people writing this. Yeah, from 2014. It will be all right, Harry reassured manfully. How do you reassure manfully? Any men in the comments want to tell me, or in the chat want to tell me how you do something manfully? Please provide your best examples of what you have done manfully today. You bet Hermione voted for Trump. Aggressively and loudly? Okay. I don't think Hermione could have voted for Trump. In the story, she's 11. So 2 years later, she would have been 13. Not old enough. You strike a JoJo pose and look stoic and stuff. I don't think I can strike a JoJo pose. I think it's just like, whah, and then you like, I don't know, have way more muscles than me. I don't think I can JoJo pose in this outfit. I don't think that's like, you gotta like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not good at JoJo. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not a good JoJo. I could not be the next Jolene. So aggressively, loudly, striking a JoJo pose, and looking stoic, all at the same time. Got it, okay. It'll be alright! Harry reassured manfully. We just need to pray really, really hard. That's why we're here after all. Did I get it? Did I get the manfully? Did I do it manfully? I feel like I got a little bit. I got close. I got close. Okay. You're so brave, Hermione pronounced admiringly, and she wiped the tears from her eyes. She flung her arm around Harry's neck. Thank you for giving me courage. That was so manfully lit. Harry patted her head before departing and entering his new home. It wasn't until the doors had closed behind him that he realized that he did not know where he was supposed to sleep. Now they're hugging. Oh yeah, around the neck. Not even like a church hug. No, just full on around his neck. Ooh. Sinner. All right. The tower consisted of an old stone staircase winding up the steps, sacred walls. Wait. Somebody put space between them for Jesus to be between. I mean, if Harry is Jesus. Sorry. Hang on, I gotta reread this. The tower consisted of an old stone staircase winding up the steep, sacred walls, and there were doors leading to each bedroom of the stone corridor. Harry felt very lost for a moment, but a quick prayer showed him the way. As he collapsed into his bed, very tired from such an eventful day, he thought about the days that were coming. It was truly a good thing that the Lord had called him when he did. I think we're going to try to get through... Is this the one where she starts? Okay. So at the bottom of this chapter is where she starts telling us what each of the Bible verses mean. So we're going to try to get through this chapter. If we do any more chapters after that, that'll be different. Hello, your name is Celestia Ludenberg from that one anime that I haven't seen yet. I don't know why that got censored. That was weird. Harry just wants to headbutt all the ponies. It's not that kind of thing. It's not that kind of fanfiction. It's not that kind of fanfiction. Ronnie, look. It's not that kind of fanfiction. Okay. Calm down. Not everything is ponies. It's okay. Where were we? Oh, yes. The start of chapter 5. Welcome in, by the way. My name is Celestia Ludenberg. Not the Celestia I'm familiar with, but the Celestia from that one anime I haven't seen about gambling. We are reading Hogwarts School of Prayer and Miracles. I do have it up on my Discord, so that if you want to follow along by text, you can. So I will go ahead and drop the Discord again real quick if I remember how to do that. So we're gonna drop that one. You do have to get through the verification real quick. It's super easy. It's just, notifying that, or acknowledging that you've read the rules. And then in the no mic chat, where you can join us on the call if you want to, which if anyone is on the call, you can talk to us, but I probably won't be able to hear you because my headphones decided they wanted to die. So I'm having a hard time hearing anybody who's on the call. I do apologize. So let me make sure that I've got my ears going. Y'all can probably hear anybody who's on the call, but for some reason I cannot. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I have push to talk on. That was silly. I should definitely check into that. Anyway, so I do have push to talk on the Discord, so you shouldn't be able to hear me through the Discord. You should only be able to hear me on here. But to be able to talk to me, my headphones have to stay alive. So I'll need to charge them before tomorrow. Anyway, we are on chapter 5. Anybody following along on fanfiction.net? We are on chapter 5. And yes, we are reading this from fanfiction.net because where else would you read them? AO3? I think not. All right. Author's note. Hello, friends. I'm very sorry if this chapter is a bit shorter than usual because just as soon as one sick little one gets better, Wouldn't you know it, another one starts running a fever. Phew! A mommy's life sure is exhausting. I wasn't planning on posting another chapter until things had settled down, but the hubby says the work of the Lord doesn't wait for the whims of men. So you can all thank Ephesians 5:22 through 24 for the speedy update. Oh, and on that note, some of you lovely readers have requested me to write down the Bible verses after each chapter. Well, far be it from me to not spread the word of the Lord. Another question I have gotten in the original books, Harry Potter and friends frequently question authority. And how do I feel about this? Well, that is quite a toughie you've asked me. I've talked to the hubby about it, and we agreed that usually it is good to obey authority. But when authority is acting contrary to the Lord, you should talk to that authority about it. Acts 5:29. You might see authority figures making bad decisions in this chapter. Nobody is perfect except the Lord. No, not even Dumbledore, no matter what the original books told you, and how Harry Potter handles this will be a big question in the story. Hint, it will be very different than the original books. I bet you know who she votes for. Yeah, maybe. I'm going to go out on a limb and say she doesn't vote because she is a woman and whatever her husband says goes. Yes, that was alleged. His brother allegedly had his way with goats. And finally, I got a PM from a lovely friend who was a bit confused, so I'll just clear this up now. I do not own the original books, and those belong to JKR. So without further ado, doesn't vote because her husband does it for her. Her place is in the kitchen pumping out babies, probably. Harry Potter woke up drowsily in a comfy, fluffy mattress. It was only now that he had the energy to observe his surroundings. The room was small, but also everything a little boy needed. There was a big, warm fireplace in the gray stone wall across from him. A shelf of intelligent, age-appropriate books. The Holy Bible was in the center of the shelf, of course. And there was a simple wood dresser of respectable, school-appropriate attire, and of course a clean porcelain sink for washing up, brushing teeth, and such. It was only then that our hero noticed there was another bed in the room. It was the same as his own bed, except that this other bed had not been made. Also, this bed had its own Bible in it and looked different from the one on the shelf. But where was his new roommate? Harry looked behind him to see a small, pallid boy with shockingly bright red hair, kneeling with seeming piety as he prayed to a small statue. At this shocking sight, Harry felt a horror, but he quickly composed himself and declared bravely, "Hello, friend. My name is Harry Potter, and I take it that we are roommates. What is your name?" "Ronald Weasley," the other boy responded friendly, and he reached out a hand to shake. "Welcome to Hogwarts. I'm a Christian, too." "Oh no, a ginger. They don't have souls." "Really?" Harry exclaimed delightedly and clasped his little hands together. "This is joyous news." Ronald smiled deviously, and Harry remembered that he had just seen this boy praying to a statue, and he wondered why that would be, but he was new to this whole Christianity thing, and maybe that was okay. Still, it didn't feel quite right. He bravely resolved would bring it up with Dumbledore. "Would you like to come with me to breakfast?" Ronald queried politely, as he got up from the statue he had been kneeling in front of. "They have delicious food here in the Great Hall." I probably should have given this voice to a different character later. Sorry. "Would I ever?" Harry cried delightedly, and he bolted out of bed and brushed his teeth and washed his face. This little one certainly had a healthy appetite. In a jiffy, Harry and his new friend had joined the stream of young lads on the steep, winding stairs, heading to breakfast. They could smell the aroma of breakfast from the Great Hall, and it wafted right into their noses. Before they knew it, they were all sitting in the Great Hall. "Come sit with me and my family," Ronald offered eagerly, and he motioned frantically toward a table packed full of people with hair just as red as his. Come on, come on, come on! I can't wait for them to see that I've made a new friend." Harry followed Ronald with the obedience of one who does not have many friends in a new situation. Oh, what a difficult circumstance that can be, and how many believers have been led astray in those situations. "Guys, guys, guys!" Ronald screeched joyously as he pulled Harry towards the table of his family. "This is Harry Potter, and he is my new roommate." He didn't tell you his last name. You're gonna be very surprised by that, Ronnie. I can't spoil it. We're gonna get to it, I think, in this chapter. Just, it's a, it's a, it's a part of this that really bothers me. So you're just gonna have to just hang out with me for a little bit, okay? Slytherins are like normal people who are not obsessed with God. No, I wish I could tell you that. Hang on. Okay, hang on. Hang on, Ronnie. You're getting too far ahead of us. Hello, Harry, the Weasleys chorused in unison. Welcome to Hogwarts School of Paramiracles. Hello, Harry stammered shyly. Something about this group made him nervous. Nice to meet you. He sat down at the table. He could smell a delicious breakfast, but where was the food? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind when the Reverend Dumbledore came into the Great Hall's stage and dropped down to his knees and raised his arm skyward and screamed, Dear Lord, please provide these devout young ones with 3 strips of bacon or links of sausage, each 2 for the... Sorry, let me start this over again. Dear Lord, please provide these devout young ones with 3 strips of bacon or links of sausage each. 2 for the ladies, a bowl of hearty oatmeal flavored with cinnamon and apple chunks, 2 poached eggs cooked all the way through, home fries seasoned with garlic, a glass of orange juice and milk, and dishes up to the task. There's not a period among any of that. There's semicolons. Semicolons. All right. Harry was once again amazed to see the food appear in front of him. The food looked and smelled amazing. He suspected good old Minerva had something to do with this delicious spread. But before he dug into the food, he remembered that he had something to discuss with the Reverend. Harry fought his nervousness, and he ran up to Dumbledore after he hopped dexterously off of the stage. Dexterously? At his age? Okay. Excuse me, the young believer cried innocently, and he ran after the Reverend as fast as his little legs could carry him. Excuse me, Reverend. What is it, son? The Reverend reiterated kindly. He was dressed respectably in sturdy, manly jeans and a red, white, and blue plaid shirt over a few virile tresses were visible, and a pair of admirable brown cowboy boots. Are you settling in all right? I sure am, Harry retorted graciously. How are things with your family? Very well, replied Dumbledore knowledgeably, and he was impressed with his little one's manners. Was there something you wanted to talk to me about? Well, who eats fries for breakfast? Home fries are like potatoes, like chunked potatoes, little potato chunks. That's what home fries are. Anybody who does not know Americans, especially Southern cuisine, home fries are the chunked potatoes. That's what it means by fries. Well, Harry began uncomfortably, and he scuffed his blue-sneakered foot against the polished polished wood floor of the Great Hall. I woke up this morning and saw my roommate praying to a statue. Is that really an okay thing to do? That's a real toughie, Dumbledore answered ponderously. Well, I don't worship idols. It is, in fact, a very unchristian thing to do. But you see, here at Hogwarts, we divide ourselves into sorting hats. After breakfast, all the new little ones will choose their hats. Each of the different hats have different beliefs, but we all love the Lord, and what more in common do you need? That does sound true, Harry pondered sensitively, but is it really? It seems that if we all really love the Lord, we don't need to divide ourselves. Are the divisions between the different hats really so significant as to merit dividing Christianity? What are the divisions? Well, they are somewhat significant, Dumbledore allowed tentatively. For instance, I'm a Gryffindor hat. We believe everything in the Bible and only the Bible. That red-headed roommate of yours is a Slytherin hat. And Slytherins worship statues? Harry queried innocently. The Reverend nodded gravely. Then how are they Christian? Harry questioned skeptically. What about Exodus 20:40-6? That's a 10 commandment. Well, they have different commandments, Dumbledore explained well-meaningly. They love the Lord, and that's all we need. But do they really love the Lord? Harry posted timidly. If they do, then why do they worship statues? Dark days are coming, Dumbledore replied earnestly. We need to be inclusive. If there were only Gryffindor hats at Hogwarts, then there would not be many people left. I see, Harry conceded, uncertainly, as he walked back to Ronald's overcrowded table. He was getting nervous about this hat business, but he supposed he did have to trust Dumbledore. After all, grown-ups know best, right? Author's note, blessings! Ephesians 5:22 through 24. Wives, submit yourselves unto your husbands as unto the Lord. For the husband is the head of the wife, even as Christ is the head of the church, and he is the Savior of the body. Therefore, as the church is subject unto Christ, so let wives be to their own husbands in everything. Acts 5:29. Then Peter and the other apostles answered and said, we ought to obey God rather than men. And then, of course, as we just read, Exodus 24:6, 4-6. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven images or any likeness. I'm not reading the whole thing. Basically, don't make statues. So, what I might try to do in the next chapter, because we are going to do the next chapter as well, is to try to jump down to tell you, like, briefly what those mean. She just sticks them in there as if everybody's read the Bible and memorized it. So Ron, Harry's best friend, and whose whole family is Gryffindors in the book, is a Slytherin. His whole family is Slytherin hats. Not Slytherins, Slytherin hats. I'm sure this author has read the book or knows how to read it all. We're still debating on that one. We still don't know that yet. Okay. Chapter 6, Sorting Hats, which is why we're going to read Chapter 6. All right. Author's note. Hello, friends. I apologize to people whose private messages I haven't been able to reply to, but things are awful busy in Fort Parsons, and a mommy's work is never done. Many thanks to those lovely friends who have asked about the little ones. It looks like the second sickie did not have pneumonia after all, and it was just the flu. It was a rough few days, but now all the little Parsonses are in tip-top shape. Phew. You gotta remember, follow the Bible to a T. Women don't have rights. Exactly. So she doesn't vote. Minor spoiler alert. At one point, she says that she got her husband's permission to take a writing class to make this better. So, that's the kind of story we're getting into here. We're on chapter 6. I think we lost some people in that last one, and that's okay. We may stop at this chapter and go on to our second story of the night, and then we may actually get into playing a little bit of Pokemon. You know, wild. I am gonna take just a big old drink of this. In case anyone's curious, it is orange juice with some adult beverage in it. I cannot do this sober. I mean, I could, but it's just taking the edge off. She is that type of Christian. Yes. Yes, she is. She is that type of Christian. Sorry, I was trying to click on something with my toe. A screwdriver. Yeah, but it is flavored. So it is vodka. You are correct. But it is flavored vodka. So flavored screwdriver. A screwdriver with multiple things on the end. Wait, that's not. How do I? With interchangeable things on the end. Okay. All right. Harry Potter walked back to the table of redheads. It was only now that he noticed they were all wearing black and green baseball caps with snakes on them. You see, I said Slytherin hats, so, you know. Hats, literally. Tentatively, Harry sat down next to Ronald, who was not wearing a hat, since he, like Harry, was new. So, Harry began nervously, and he bit into a thick, juicy slice of perfectly fried bacon. What sorting hat do you think you will choose? Oh, I will definitely choose Slytherin, Ronald declared confidently, as he began to eat his oatmeal with his hands. My whole family is Slytherins, he gestured to the countless redheads sitting at the table, and they all turned to Harry and smiled and waved. You should become a Slytherin too. We could do it together. Harry uttered ponderously, and he took a bite of eggs. Why don't you tell me what Slytherins believe? Sure, Ronald replied ecstatically. and he kept eating his oatmeal. Well, first, we believe in the Bible. That is wonderful, Harry reacted happily as he took a sip of his orange juice. I do as well. Sorry, sip of his orange juice. Perhaps they could be a Slytherin after all. But wait, that's not all. Ronald continued excitedly and washed his oatmeal down with his milk. I'm making it a drinking game now. Gryffindor hats believe in the Bible too, but Slytherins have even more. We have a book full of guidelines on how to be a good person, and a whole panel of Slytherin hats to tell us what to do. Harry furrowed his innocent, childish brow. He took another bite of oatmeal, and he questioned confusedly. Why do you need all that if you have the Bible? Ronald guffawed, and he shoveled more oatmeal into his mouth. And he replied, why only have the Bible when you could have more? Wait, that would be like only praying to God. Harry gasped in horror as he bit into more bacon. I don't know how to bite around the bacon. I don't know. Of course I only pray to God. Who else would I pray to? What about Mary? Ronald posited angrily around a mouthful of oatmeal. Or at least you have to worship her. Again, food in mouth, can't do it. You mean the mommy of our Lord? Harry demanded in scandal, and he chewed his bacon. I don't worship her? Well, then God hates you, Ron stated simply, and then pieces of bacon flew out his mouth as he did so. Harry was tentative, since he was new to this whole Christianity thing, but he did not think God would hate him for not worshiping his mommy. On the contrary, he had a hunch that God wanted people to only worship him. A drowsy, self-righteous voice. Okay, hang on. They're less creepy goldest. So Ron and his family are Catholic. Slytherin hats are Catholics. In case you missed it, that is Catholicism right there. I don't know how to do. Which hat is the same reasonable people? None of them. No, they're all some sort of flavor of Christian. The next ones are definitely not. Okay. There's gonna be a drowsy voice. Don't listen to him, commented a drowsy voice self-righteously from behind Harry. Harry turned around, and he saw a girl about his own age. Her pale yellow hair was tied into braids, and she wore a tie-dye shirt and faded jeans and flowers in her hair. Peace signs and donkey patches were sewn all over her clothes. No, this is only Christians. No Jews, no Muslims with this. You should not become a Slytherin hat, the girl continued confidently, and she was eating what looked like it was supposed to be bacon, but it did not smell or taste like bacon. How did you know what it tastes like? You're just watching her eat it. It missed that smoky, meaty taste that bacon is supposed to have. Instead, it tasted like vegetables blended together and dyed red. Yuck! Harry would take real bacon over that any day of the week. They are far too strict. Harry hummed skeptically. He was not sure about this whole Slytherin business, but the word strict was not what came to mind. You should become a Hufflepuff hat, the girl instructed arrogantly, and she continued to nibble at her breakfast. That's what I'm gonna do. What do Hufflepuff hats believe in? Harry pondered aloud as he took a bite of his real bacon. Oh, how he wanted to find the true hat. Yeah. Hufflepuff hats believe in the Bible, but only some of it, Luna explained casually, and she was still feeding on that stuff. We don't believe in the stuff against fornication and drinking and socialism. Hey! Hi, Basu! Have fun cooking! Thank you so much for the sub. Sorry, where was I? You're missing the whole story, boss. Just need you to know that. Alright, where was I? We don't believe in all that stuff against fornication and drinking and socialism, but we really like Matthew 7:1, and that's about it. We're really fun, and we seem really nice and really tolerant as long as you agree with us. 7:1, Judge not yet that ye be judged. Okay, so basically, only God can judge me, is this. So this is what, this is like a very hippified version of like normal level-headed Christianity. That's what I'm gonna guess. This is the closest that we have to sane, reasonable people within this author's world. Let's see. That was when a derisive laugh echoed through the cafeteria. A smug-looking young man, about Harry's age, with slicked back hair, even paler blonde than Luna's, and wearing a sweater vest and khakis, strolled languidly down between the row of tables. You're feeling the Hufflepuff hat group? Me too. They allow you to bang and drink, so. Alright. Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. Please ignore this fool, Draco drawled smugly. Luna here thinks she can have a career even though she's a woman and women are stupid. I think Draco knows who she is. Harry doesn't know her name until just now. Harry gaped at this horrible person. What a mean thing to say. Oh, in case you missed it, he said women are stupid. Women shouldn't not have careers because women are stupid, Harry shouted indignantly. Women are not stupid at all. Women should not have careers because women are nurturing and loving and their gifts best serve them in the home. Draco gasped tentatively. Just a little gasp. You are diluting the truth. Women are beneath men. No, I'm not, Harry fired back bravely. You are twisting the truth so you can be mean with it. Women are not beneath men. Men and women are just different. Luna smiled at him gratefully. Draco was clearly fumbling for ground here. There's not much ground to stand on when you're being hateful. But he finally came up with, well, at least I don't eat with Slytherin hats. I hate Slytherins. Hang on. Draco Malfoy just said, at least I don't eat with Slytherin hats. I hate Slytherins. Okay. Ronald began to cry into his oatmeal. I'm trying, y'all. I'm trying. I'm trying so hard. Trying so hard, y'all. I'm trying so hard. Oh, I'm trying. I'm trying. I need a second. I need a second. Like, oh man. Oh, okay. Draco Malfoy. Draco Malfoy just said that he hates Slytherins. I'm having a great time. Just a great time. Just gonna say hi real quick. Thank you, Glenn Travis, for that. Okay, sorry. I was making sure all my stuff was still going. I needed a second. Okay. Gonna handle the dogs in just a second. Alright, alright. Ronald began to cry into his oatmeal. I don't hate Slytherin hats, Harry declared boldly. I think they should become Gryffindor hats, but that is because I love them. Besides, the Lord ate with sinners all the time. Thank you, Harry, Ronald whispered tearfully. What? Well, you should just become a Ravenclaw hat like me, Draco sputtered blusteringly. We really are the best hat. I think you mean we really are the most hateful hat, Harry corrected cleverly. And then he jumped up onto the table. He got down on his knees and raised his hands to the ceiling of the Great Hall, and he bellowed, Dear Lord, I have made my decision. I am a Gryffindor hat. Author's note. Blessings. Okay. Ooh, man. Okay. So the question is, do we read chapter 7 or do we call that our good stopping point, and then we move on to the other one. We've been at this one for an hour. I think we might have to take a quick break and then move on to the other one. If anybody really wants to continue this one, let me know. Because if you really want to continue this one, we'll keep going. If we're okay with moving to the next one, I know I am, then we'll move to the next one. This one, the chapter that we're about to read, if we continue with this one, is called Wheat and Chaff, with an exclamation point. She's very excited. We've learned what all the hats do, which is great. All the characters besides Hufflepuff are terrible. Everybody is the worst. Okay, I think we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to switch to the other one that I want to read tonight. I will not be telling you the name until we actually start it. So I'm going to put us on a brief break, and then we will be right back. And we'll continue with our fanfiction reading. I'm really only taking a break because the dogs are outside and they're barking, and I want to let them back inside where they can be comfortable, drink water, all that kind of thing. Because they've been outside for about an hour, and well, longer than an hour. And I hate leaving them outside too late, especially because they are big and they have big barks. And I don't know if y'all can hear them, but I can definitely hear them. So, all right, we will be back in a minute. And you will still hear the mic. So you will know when we're back. That way nobody is confused. You will hear all the mic things. Unfortunately, Snorlax is not with us, so we do not have something for you to watch. I'm so sorry, chat. Didn't think that would be so loud. All right, doggies are checked on. All of you will be checked on. Just had to get my headphones back on. Sorry about that. Taking our sweet time getting settled back in. Need to check my mentions real quick while I have all of you. Oh. Okay, we are back. We are going to get back into it. Just a second. I still wish that I had remembered the headband, gotten it finished, because I didn't remember it in time to get it actually done for all of you. So. Returning. Hello. I'm sitting slightly differently than before because my legs are tucked up next to me. This is skin. It is in fact leg.
There's leg. That's what my mic is sitting on. In case all of you doubt that streamers have legs, I do in fact. There's some of it. All right. Are we ready? What are legs? I can't explain that conceptually. They're a thing that helps me move around. Helps me get up out of this chair and go other places. Why you're not in the kitchen like a good Gryffindor? Because I am not a Gryffindor hat. Alright, so do we want to continue with Hogwarts School of Prayer and Miracles? Or is it okay to move on to our second story? It was. Okay. I get the feeling that we're able to move on. Alright. No worries. I will hit paste and I will hit enter on this story after chapter 1. Anyone who does not recognize it by the end of chapter 1, that's okay. Chapter 1 is not very long. Like, if you were looking at it on a web page, it would be about this much. Like a whole, maybe 2 paragraphs worth of information. If you're not in the mood for things that are terrible, don't worry, because this is the best fanfiction I've ever read. I'm not answering that question, Ronnie. You're just gonna have to wait. Alright. Author's note. Special thanks. Get it? 'Cause I'm gothic. To my girlfriend. You not in that way. Raven. Bloody Tears 666. For helping me with the story and spelling. You rock. Justin, you're the love of my depressing life. You rock too. MCR rocks. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX I'm gonna finish chapter 1 before I hit paste on this, though. Before I hit enter on this. You will hear dog sounds, because they are, like, fighting to get upstairs, and I won't let them, because they like to jump on me, and I don't want to be jumped on. So, hi, my name is Ebony Darkness Dementia Ravenway, and I have long ebony hair. That's how I got my name. With purple streaks and red tips that reaches my mid-back and icy blue eyes, limpid tears, and a lot of people tell me I look like Amy Lee. Author's note, if you don't know who that is, get the hell out of here. I'm not related to Gerard Way, but I wish I was because he's a major fucking hottie. I'm a vampire, but my teeth are straight and white. I have pale white skin. I'm also a witch, and I go to a magic school called Hogwarts in England, where I'm in the 7th year. I'm 17. I'm a goth, in case you couldn't tell. And I wear mostly black. I love Hot Topic, and I buy all my clothes from there. For example, today I was wearing a black corset with matching lace around it and a black leather miniskirt, pink fishnets, and black combat boots. I was wearing black lipstick, white foundation, black eyeliner, and red eyeshadow. I was walking outside Hogwarts. It was snowing and raining, so there was no sun, which I was very happy about. A lot of preps stared at me. I put up my middle finger at them. "Hey, Ebony!" shouted a voice. I looked up. It was Draco Malfoy. "What's up, Draco?" I asked. "Nothing," he said shyly. But then I heard my friends call me, and I had to go away. If you were enjoying the first one, you gonna love this one. Now, I am reading it. I've posted it in No Mic so you can see. It is just chapters 1 through 22. All in one long document. We are currently on chapter 2. This is the only level of cringe. If you have any that you'd like us to read, Ronnie, you're welcome to submit them. We are taking requests. Author's note. Is it good? Please tell me fangs. Chapter 2. Author's note. Thanks to Bloody Tears 666 for helping me with the chapter. Is it Harry Potter only? No. If you have fan fiction recommendations, please share them with us, because we will probably read them at some point. But to prep stop flaming my story, okay? I know it says BTW, but Batua was funnier.
Just saying. X666. The next day, I woke up in my bedroom. It was snowing and raining again. I opened the door of my coffin. Wait, Sonic High School? Oh boy. I opened the door of my coffin and drank some blood from a bottle I had. My coffin was black ebony, and inside it was hot pink velvet with black lace on the ends. I got out of my coffin and took all my giant MCR t-shirt. Gonna microwave your dinner? Okay. I got out of my coffin and took of my giant MCR t-shirt, which I used for pajamas. Instead, I put on a black leather dress, a pentagram necklace, combat boots, and black fishnets on. I put on 4 pairs of earrings in my pierced ears and put my hair in kind of a messy bun. My friend, Willow, author's note, Raven, this is you, woke up, then grinned at me. She flipped her long, waist-length raven black hair with pink streaks and opened her forest green eyes. She put on her Marilyn Manson t-shirt with a black mini, fishnets, and pointy high-heeled boots. We put on our makeup, black lipstick, white foundation, black eyeliner. Fugu, I saw you talking to Draco Malfoy yesterday, she said excitedly. Yeah, so? I said, blushing. Do you like Draco? She asked as we went out Slytherin common room and into the Great Hall. No, I so fucking don't, I shouted. Yeah, right, she exclaimed. Just then, Draco walked up to me. Hi, he said. Hi, I replied flirtily. Guess what? He said. What? I asked. Well, Good Charlotte are having a concert in Hogsmeade, he told me. Oh my fucking god! I screamed. I love GC. They are my favorite band besides MCR. Well, do you want to go with me? He asked. I gasped. Chapter 3. Author's note. Stop flaming the story prebs, okay? Otherwise, thanks to the Gothic people for the good reviews. Thanks again, Raven. Oh, bitte, I don't want this or the lyrics for Good Charlotte. On the night of the concert, I put on my black lace-up boots with high heels. Underneath them were ripped red fishnets. Then I put on a black leather mini dress with all this corset stuff on the back and front. I put on matching fishnets on my arms. I straightened my hair and made it look all spiky. Spiky? Okay. Spiky. Spiky hair. Everywhere. I felt a little depressed then, so I slit one of my wrists. I read a depressing book while I waited for it to stop bleeding, and I listened to some GC. I painted my nails black and put on tons of black eyeliner. Then I put on some black lipstick. I didn't put on foundation because I was pale anyway. I drank some human blood, so I was ready to go to the concert. It's not human blood, I promise. It is definitely orange juice and vodka. I went outside. Draco was waiting there in front of his flying car. He was wearing a simple plan t-shirt. They would be at the show too. Baggy black skater pants, black nail polish, and a little eyeliner. Author's note. A lot for cool boys word, okay? There's an exclamation point. Hi, Draco, I said in a depressed voice. Hi, Ebony, he said back. We walked into his flying black Mercedes-Benz, the license plate said 666, and flew to the place with the concert. On the way, we listened excitedly to Good Charlotte and Marilyn Manson. We both smoked cigarettes and drugs. When we got there, we both hopped out of the car. We went into the mosh pit in front of the stage and jumped up and down as we listened to Good Charlotte. You come in cold, you're covered in blood. They're all so happy you've arrived. I don't know how the song actually goes. Sorry. The doctor cuts your cord, hands you to your mom. She sets you free into this life. Sang Joel. I don't own the lyrics to that song. I don't know how that song actually goes, so that's how those lyrics are coming. Sorry. Yep, they smoked drugs. They smoked cigarettes and drugs. Both of them smoked. Joel is so fucking hot, I said to Draco, pointing to him as he sung, filling the club with his amazing voice. Suddenly, Draco looked sad. What's wrong? I asked as we moshed to the music. Then I caught on. Hey, it's okay, I don't like him better than you, I said. Really? Draco asked sensitively, and he put his arm around me, all protective. Really, I said. Besides, I don't even know Joel, and he's going out with Hillary fucking Duff. I hate that little bitch, I said disgustingly, thinking of her ugly blonde face. Not sure how they're having a conversation in the middle of a mosh pit. Just gonna go with it. The night went on really well, and I had a great time. So did Draco. After the concert, we drank some beer. It's a quiet mosh, right? Not a lot of like shoving or like just like a good Charlotte mosh, which is basically just people dancing around, I'm sure. And asked Benji and Joel for their autographs and photos with them. We got good Charlotte concert tees. Draco and I crawled back into the Mercedes Benz, but Draco didn't go back into Hogwarts. Instead, he drove the car into the Forbidden Forest. For those who don't know, there's a lot of dots there. If you're not reading along with us, there's a lot of there's a lot of dots there. There's so many ellipses. Had to pause. Could have gotten up, done something else, come back. Probably still would have been waiting for this pause to end. Chapter 4. I'm allowing that. Drove his car into her vagina. We haven't got there yet. Hang on. Chapter 4. I said stop. Hang on. I said stop Fleming, okay? Benny's name is Nobi, not Mary Sue, okay? Draco's so in love with her that he is acting different. Didn't know each other before, okay? The only way I can read that as if I am slurring it out as drunkenly as possible. Just like the worst. Draco! All caps. I shouted. What the fuck do you think you're doing? Draco didn't answer, but he stopped the flying car and walked out of it. I walked out of it too, curiously. Pro tip for anybody. If you're on a date with a dude and he stops his car and he just fucking walks out of it, do not follow him out of the car. Unless it's to run the fuck away. Like, if you get out of the car, fucking run. Just, you're at a secondary location, you gotta get out of there. You gotta run. You gotta get out of there. Just gotta go. You swear this fanfic has to be a troll? Whew. If it is, it's one of the best trolls ever written. So. Aww. Thank you for sending me that. I just saw that you sent me something. Thank you. Alright. Where were we? Alright. What the fucking hell? I asked angrily. Ebony? He asked. What? I snapped. Draco leaned in, extra close, and I looked into his gothic red eyes. He was wearing colored contacts, which revealed so much depressing sorrow and evilness that suddenly I didn't feel mad anymore. And then suddenly, just as Draco kissed me passionately, Draco climbed on top of me, and we started to make out keenly against a tree. He took off my top, and I took off his clothes, even took off my bra. Then he put his thingy into my you-know-what, and we did it for the first time. Oh, 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 I screamed. I was beginning to get an orgasm. We started to kiss everywhere, and my pale body became all warm, and then, what the hell are you doing, motherfuckers? It was... Dumbledore. For those who don't know, there's about twice as many dots between that and everything else that's had a bunch of dots. This author, if you can use that term, uses ellipses the way that most people would breathe. Honestly, there's ellipses all over the place. So we're going to try to keep the long, quiet, awkward pauses to just the ones with a bunch of them. For the sheer delight of everybody who's not following along, I just need you to know this is how many dots. That is a copy paste. That is how many dots that she has between was and Dumbledore. Just, yeah, we're fighting an uphill battle here, people. Like, it was Dumbledore. All right. Chapter 5. Author's note. Stop flamming. If you flamming means you're a prep or a puzzer. The only reason Dumbledore swore is because he had a headache, okay? And on top of that, he was mad for them for having sex. Piss, I'm not updating until I get 5 good reviews. I'm trying to read that as it's written, but it's just coming out as gibberish. Let's see. She says, Dem for having sex, X, nut updating, revows, REVOIWS, revows. So you're just gonna get the best I can do. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everybody. That's what we're getting out of this. Dumbledore made, and Draco and I follow him. He kept shouting at us angrily. You ludicrous fools! He shouted. I started to cry tears of blood down my pallid face. Draco comforted me. When we went back to the castle, Dumbledore took us to Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall, who were both looking very angry. They were having sexual intercourse in the Forbidden Forest, he yelled in a furious voice. Why would you do such a thing, you mediocre dunces? Asked Professor McGonagall. How dare you? Demanded Professor Snape. And then Draco shrieked. Because I love her! Everyone was quiet. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall still looked mad, but Professor Snape said, Fine, very well, you may go up to your room. Draco and I went upstairs while the teachers glared at us. Are you okay, Ebony? Draco asked me gently. Yeah, I guess, I lied. We went to the girls' dorm. I went to the girls' dorm and brushed my teeth and hair and changed into a low-cut black floor-length dress with red lace all around it and black high heels. When I came out, Draco was standing in front of the bathroom and he started to sing I Just Want to Live by Good Charlotte. I was so flattered, even though he wasn't supposed to be there. We hugged and kissed. After that, we said goodnight, and he reluctantly went back to his room. Chapter 6. She's a prep's okay. P.S. I'm not updating until you give me good revows. The next day, I woke up in my coffin. I put on a black miniskirt that was all ripped around the end and a matching top with red skulls all over it and high-heeled boots that were black. I put on 2 pairs of skull earrings and 2 crosses in my ears. I spray painted my hair with purple. Do not use spray paint on your hair. Do not spray paint. Don't use it on your hair. Please do not use spray paint on your hair. Okay? Don't do it. If you went out and got spray paint so you could be just like Ebony, Darkness, Dementia, Raven Way, do not put it on your hair. Don't do it. Don't do it. Stop. Stop doing it. Stop putting it on your hair. Okay? Okay. All right. Huh. In the Great Hall, I ate some Count Chocula cereal with blood instead of milk and a glass of red blood. Suddenly, someone bumped into me. All the blood spilled all over my top. So she must have been like eating the bowl and drinking just like nom 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 because she got bumped into just the whole thing just poof, down her top. I guess it would look cooler that way. Bastard! I shouted angrily. Blood is not red. No. The rest of the blood is blue. Clearly we are living in a bizarro world. Also, I've missed several drinking blood, not drinking my drink instances, so sorry about that. Bastard! I shouted angrily. I regretted saying it when I looked up because I was looking into the pale white face of a gothic boy with spiky black hair with red streaks in it. He was wearing so much eyeliner that I was going down his face, and he was wearing black lipstick. Is it blue in the body but second it turns red? Yeah. No, actually it's not, but like that's a common misconception, so yeah, we're gonna go with that answer. The real answer is no, it is always red. Always. Forever. Because you have red blood cells. And that changes the color. The real color of your blood is like a weird plasma clear color, but then there's also red blood cells that make it red all the time. No, blood is not supposed to be green. You should see a doctor. Had too much monster energy. You've been Shrek'd, as they call it. I don't know who calls it that, but I'm sure somebody does. SK would call it that. Rest in peace, SK, wherever you are. Probably watching somebody else, some anime. Who knows? Ronnie, you should contact SK and tell him he's missing out on all the fun. I miss SK. I also miss SK. I wish he were here with us now. I don't know where he is, but he's definitely not here. Where were we? He didn't have glasses anymore, and he was wearing red contact lenses just like Draco's, and there was no scar on his forehead anymore. He had a manly stubble on his chin. He had a sexy English accent. He looked exactly like Joel Madden. He was so sexy that my body went all hot when I saw him. Kind of like an erection, only I'm a girl, so I didn't get one, you sicko. There's no, like, commas, like, no commas, no, just, that was a whole sentence. I'm so sorry, he said in a shy voice. That's alright. What's your name? I questioned. My name's Harry Potter, although most people call me Vampire these days, he grumbled. Oh, sorry, that was my name's Harry Potter, although most people call me Vampire these days, he grumbled. Why? I exclaimed. Ebony tries to get around. We'll see. Because I love the taste of human blood, he giggled. Well, I am a vampire, I confessed. Hang on, we're getting there. Really? Sorry. Really? He whimpered. Yeah! I roared. Okay. Alright, hang on. He grumbled, I exclaimed, he giggled, I confessed, he whimpered, I roared. Those are what she uses instead of said. Alright. Okay. Alright. We sat down to talk for a while. Then Draco came up behind me and told me he had a surprise for me, so I went away with him. Harry became vampire because he likes the taste of human blood. That's... Also, he doesn't have a scar or glasses. So... I will, surprise. It might be. It might be. I will also allow that. I'm having to allow a lot of things in this chat tonight, Ronnie. Are you okay? Chapter 7, Bring Me to Life. This one has a name. Cool. Author's note. Well, okay, you guys. I'm only reading this because I got 5 god reviews. But I won't write the next chapter until I get 10 god ones. Stop flamming or I'll report you. Ebony isn't Marie Sue. Okay, she isn't perfect. She's a satanist. And she has problems. She's depressed for God's sake. There's her jokes right themselves. Okay. She's depressed. She's not a Mary Sue. She has problems. She's depressed. She's not perfect. She's a Satanist. Ready? Okay. Draco and I held our pale white hands with black nail polish as we went upstairs. I was wearing red Satanist sings on my nail Sings? What? On my nails and red nail polish. Author's note. See, does that sound like Marusu to you? I waved to Vampire. As you left? As you were going up the stairs? When did that happen? Okay. Dark misery was in his depressed eyes. I guess he was jealous of me that I was going out with Draco. Anyway, I went upstairs excitedly with Draco. We went into his room and locked the door. Then we started Frenching passively, and we took off each other's clothes enthusiastically. He felt me up before I took off my top. Sorry, I got distracted. Then I took off my black leather bra, and he took off his pants. We went onto the bed and started making out naked, and then he put his boy's thingy in mine, and we had sex. See, is that stupid? Oh, Draco, Draco! I screamed, while getting an orgasm, when all of a sudden I saw a tattoo I had never seen before on Draco's arm. It was a black heart with an arrow through it. On it, in bloody Gothic writing, were the words, Vampire. Sorry, no, your stream didn't freeze. Too many ellipses. All the ellipses, I don't understand. I was so... You bastard! I shouted angrily, jumping out of the bed. No, but you don't understand! Draco pleaded, but I knew too much. No, you fucking idiot! I shouted. You probably have AIDS anyway! So we can add, homophobic to Ebony's list of sins. If anybody's keeping, tally with that. That's another sin on her list. Yeah. Ho. Woo! Alright. Harry changed his name to Vampire. And his name is tattooed on Draco. She's not a Mary Sue, she's a Satanist, so, you know. Oh boy. Okay. Whoo! We're only 7 chapters into this one. This is fun. Isn't this better than the other one we were reading? This one is so great. Oh, I'm loving it already. I put on my clothes all huffily, then stormed out. Like she's gonna stop the magic from turning frogs gay. I don't think that happens in Hogwarts. I don't think the frogs turn gay from magic. Sorry, I'm adjusting my seating again. I do that a lot on stream. I haven't really done it this stream because we were comfortable and then we had to go handle the dogs and then we weren't comfortable and whatever. Y'all don't care about that. Okay. I put on my clothes all huffily and then stomped out. Draco ran out even though he was naked. He had a really big you-know-what, but I was too mad to care. I stomped out and did so until I was in Vampire's classroom where he was having a lesson with Professor Snape and some other people. Vampire Potter, you motherfucker! I yelled. Broom Wars says it does. Oh no. What is Broom Wars? What is that? Mind you, he changed his first name from Harry to Vampire, but he kept Potter. No. She put her clothes on, huffing and mad. I don't know how she managed to put on that whole ensemble because she, like, laid out a whole thing, like, several chapters ago. She just went to his classroom where he was having a lesson with Snape. So she went to Snape's classroom, dressed. Draco's still naked, and he's following her across the everything. And I promise you, Draco is still naked. Chapter 8, he's gonna still be naked. Okay. Author's note. Stop flassing, okay? If you do, then you're a prep. Draco has no shame. Apparently he's got a big dick. She just said it. He had a really big you-know-what. So he's got a big dick, and he is not afraid to streak across this fucking campus. Okay? He had that vampire D. He's got his name tattooed on his arm. Come on now. Alright. Everyone in the class stared at me, and then Draco came into the room, even though he was naked. Told you he'd still be naked. And started begging me to take him back. Ebony, it's not what you think, Draco screamed sadly. Sorry, he screamed that, but it's not in all caps, so I'm not going any louder than that. My friend, Bloody Mary Smith. Sorry. It's bloody, but with an apostrophe. Bloody. I don't know. Isn't there 11-year-olds in school? There are. Draco and I'm assuming Draco at least, but Ebony is 17. I'm assuming all of our group here is 17. I don't know what's happened to people under 17, but nobody's over 18, so it's not as big of a crime. I don't know. So we know that she's in England. And the only person described as having an English accent is Harry. Sorry, vampire. Nobody else is described as having an accent, so I'm not giving them one. But like, I don't think we have any wizard cops. I think they went through the hallway, even though they're supposed to be in class, because they were fucking, and now. Okay, alright. Sorry, this girl's name is Bloody Mary Smith, but it's B''L, so Bloody. Hey, welcome to this nonsense. We're reading the best fanfiction I've ever read. Hey. You can pump out a joke, just like I can pump out these jokes about this fanfiction. I will endeavor to do my best. I'm waiting for the joke. I want to get back to the fanfiction. Type faster. I look like a Playboy bunny out of work. I know. I just got home from a long shift at the Playboy Mansion that isn't run by Hugh Hefner anymore because he's dead. Funny enough, it was actually supposed to be a bunny suit with Yor from Spy Family. But I was not able to finish making the headband from her assassin days, and I wasn't sure that I could wear the white one. Time's been tough since the old man. I know. We have to turn to reading terrible fanfic. I mean, wonderful fanfiction from Harry Potter. It's fine. No. I'm not easily offended because it takes a lot of confidence to wear something like this. So, I gotta do my best. If I was offended over that, then I wouldn't have put it on. I would have just worn the red sweater that I made myself because I can sew really well. Anyway, we were reading this and it's a lot of fun, so I'm going back to it. You're about to get banned? For what? Oh, I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about you. I'm good. It's okay. Oh, for the joke. No. You're fine. If you'd like, you can finish tuning in to this wonderful fanfiction reading that we're doing. It's been great. You swear this author is like 13 and only knows what sex is like to be described by a drunk relative. Ronnie, please. Please. Okay. This is a fanfiction called My Immortal. Kind of. So it is a Harry Potter fanfiction. It is the best Harry Potter fanfiction ever made. Thank you, Ronnie. We are on chapter 8. You did miss the second best Harry Potter fanfiction ever read, where we read about 7 chapters of Hogwarts School of Prayer and Miracles. But no. Voldemort doesn't come in and be the master vampire. You just gotta hold on for that. Oh, here we go. Fanfiction my ass. No, not this one. Not this one. Hang on. You'll see. You'll see. You'll see. You'll see. So this is written by a young lady whose self-insert is named Ebony Darkness Dementia Raven Way. Yes, I can say that with a straight face. And you'll see. You'll see. Dark Tape Vegeta wrote this. Ronnie, the lore, please. Okay. All right. We're just gonna start chapter 8 over again. Y'all threw me off. Hang on. No. This author, we suspect, whoever wrote this fanfiction, was either a really dedicated troll or she was a 13-year-old that thought Hot Topic was the height of cool. Like Good Charlotte, Hot Topic, MCR, that whole thing. The molested underage girls duct tape Vegeta thing. She might be a 13-year-old girl. She might be 17. I don't know. She thinks 17 is like the whole thing. Trust me. I'm gonna read it exactly as it's written, and you will understand. We're gonna start over chapter 8 because we can we're gonna start over chapter 8. You're gonna see what we're talking about. We were only a couple lines in, so it's okay. Dad, you're interrupting my fanfiction. Okay, alright. Chapter 8. Author's note. Stop flassing, okay? If you do, then you're a prep. Hang on. Everyone in the class stared at me, and then Draco came into the room, even though he was naked, and started begging me to take him back. Ebony, it's not what you think, Draco screamed sadly. My friend Bloody Mary Smith smiled at me understatedly. She flipped her long, waist-length gothic black hair and opened her crimson eyes like blood that she was wearing contact lenses on. She had pale white skin that she was wearing white makeup on. Hermione was kidnapped when she was born. Her real parents are vampires and one of them is a witch, but Voldemort killed her mother and her father committed suicide because he was depressed about it. She still has nightmares about it and she is very haunted and depressed. It also turns out her real last name is Smith and not Granger. Since she has converted to Satanism, she is in Slytherin now, not Gryffindor. Yep, you're on the same team as us now. Okay. Nope. I'm not explaining anything. What is it that you desire, you ridiculous dimwit? Snape demeaned angrily in his cold voice, but I ignored him. Vampire, I can't believe you cheated on me with Draco. Wait, shouldn't that be the other way around? I shouted at him. Everyone gasped. I don't know why Ebony was so mad at me. I had went out with Vampire. I'm bi, so is Ebony. For a while, but then he broke my heart. He dumped me because he liked Brittany. That stupid preppy fucker. We were just good friends now. He had gone through horrible problems and now he was gothic. Haha, like I would hang out with a prep. We switched perspectives for a second. Yeah. Why is Snape not screaming Malfoy put on some bloody pants? No, he doesn't care. You'll see why in like 5 chapters. But I'm not going out with Draco anymore, said Vampire. Sorry. It was Vampire. But I'm not going out with Draco anymore, said Vampire. Yeah, fucking right. Fuck off, you bastard, I screamed. I ran out of the room and into the Forbidden Forest where I had lost my virility to Draco, and then I started to burst into tears. Snape wants a lot of things. Malfoy is low on the list, but he probably is on the list. I'm just saying. Chapter 9. Author's note. Stop flamming, okay? I didn't read all the books. This is from the movie, okay? It's not my fault if Dumbledore swears. Besides, I said he had a headache. And the reason Snap doesn't like Harry now is because he's Christian and Vampire's a Satanist. MCR rocks. He wants to have a huger orgy. Sounds about right. Yeah, alright. So this author is super into MCR and Good Charlotte. Sounds about right what I just said? Yes. Okay. y'all, I know I have it posted on the Discord, but I need y'all to know that I'm not reading this as like we're joking with the way that I'm reading it. I am reading it like it's written. The word besides is spelled Besuizds. Oh, are we in ad space? Oh, I don't even have that pulled up. I'm so sorry. I usually have a thing that tells me when I'm in ad space. Sorry, y'all. Didn't mean to crap y'all. Where are we at? Where are we at? Are we back? We're cool? We're good? Okay. Let me see if I can do. Okay. We should be good. Great. Gotta go back to where I was. No, I'm reading it exactly as it's written. Exactly. Like, besides became buswoods. Because that's what it says. Yeah, and if there's like a lot of dots, like there's too many ellipses, we just pause. So that's what you're getting into. I hope you're ready for it. We're on chapter 9. We're in it. We're in it. Okay? All right. I was so mad and sad. I couldn't believe Draco for cheating on me. I began to cry against the tree where I did it with Draco. How would you like figure out that that was the one tree that like you did it for the first, like that was the tree in the whole Forbidden Forest? Okay. All right. Okay. Then all of a suddenly, a horrible man with red eyes and no nose and everything started flying towards me on a broomstick. He didn't have a nose, basically like Voldemort in the movie, and he was wearing all black, but it was obvious he wasn't gothic. It was Voldemort. I'm running out of my drink. No! I shouted in a scared voice, but then Voldemort shouted, Imperious! And I couldn't run away. Crookshanks! I shouted at him. Voldemort fell off his broom and started to scream. I felt bad for him, even though I am a sadist, so I stopped. Ebony, he yelled, thou must kill Vampire Potter. I thought about Vampire and his sexa eyes and his gothic black hair and how his face looks just like Joel Madden. I remembered that Draco had said I didn't understand, so I thought, what if Draco went out with Vampire before I went out with him and they broke up? No, Voldemort, I shouted back. Voldemort gave me a gun. No, please, I begged. Thou must, he yelled. If thou dost not, I shall kill thy beloved Draco. How did you know? I asked in a surprised way. I will answer that in a second. Voldemort got a dude you're so retarded look on his face. I hath telekinesis, he answered cruelly. And if thou doth not kill Vampire, then thou will know what will happen to Draco. He shouted. Sorry. Then he flew away angrily on his broomstick. I was so scared and mad, I didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Draco came into the woods. Draco, I said. Hi! Hi, he said back, but his face was all sad. He was wearing white foundation and messy eyeliner, kind of like a pentagram, get it, between Joel Madden and Gerard Way. Are you okay? I asked. No, he answered. I'm sorry I got all mad at you, but I thought you cheated on me, I expelled. That's okay, he said all depressed, and we went back into Hogwarts together, making out. They're just making out while walking, just while fucking walking. Okay, great. Yeah, no. You'd think that he'd be able to just fly in, kill Harry, take care of the problem. No. He has to very much get a teenage girl to do it for him. He finds you an image of Joel Madden. I couldn't tell you from the top of my head what he looked like when this was written. Give me a sec to figure out how to... Oh, it's probably on my other screen. Okay, let's get this up. Hang on. We will get the... If I could get it to work, that'd be cool. Oh no, my screen capture is not working. Okay. Oh no, we're in the Twilight Zone. Oh no, oh. This is him. This is him right here. It brings me back to high school. The Good Charlotte Singer. I remember reading about some book and I'm miles deep in the ocean. God, this has to be a 13-year-old writing this. So detailed. So this is Joel Madden. This is him. We can't see half the face. Oh no. Why not? You can't see half the face. This is my whole screen. I don't know what you can see and what you can't see. I'm sorry. Can you see it now? Okay, well this is Joel Madden. I'm turning it off again. I'm sorry. We're going back to the screen. We're going back to the fan fiction. I'm closing the Joel Madden. We are not to look upon his visage anymore. Nothing like wheat I'm hearing right now. Whew. Alright. Alright, well, just so you know, that's what he looks like. You probably would have enjoyed Harry Potter and the School of Prayer Miracles. I feel like that would also be your shtick, dear Estraw 12. This fanfiction is giving me the vapors. Oh, Harry Potter and the fanfiction, or Harry Potter and the School of Prayer Miracles. Chef's kiss. You never got into Harry Potter? Doesn't matter. Harry Potter and the School of Prayer Miracles? That was some... Ooh, that was some good stuff. Or Star Wars. That's okay. It's okay to be wrong. Right. So, we're at chapter 10. They walked into Hogwarts, making out. Chapter 10. Author's note. Stop it, you gay fags. If you do not like my story, then fuck off. Psst, it turns out Bloody Mary isn't a muggle after all, and she and vampire are evil. That's why they move houses, okay? Is Draco still naked? You're asking the hard-hitting questions. We don't know. We have no clue. It doesn't say whether Draco put on his pants or not. He might still be naked. You do like Lord of the Rings and shit? Nice. Nice. Hufflepuff every day. Well, the Hufflepuff hats were the best. In her author's note, she says, "Stop it, you gay fags." So I'm getting more homophobia. First, she told Draco he probably had AIDS for cheating on her with Harry Potter. I mean, Vampire Potter. And now she's saying, "Stop it, you gay fags. If you don't like my story, fuck off." Sorry. Stop, you gay fags. If you do not like my story, then fuck off. A homophobic Satanist. So she's not a Mary Sue. You right. But that was the author. So both the author and the insert character. A little homophobic. Just saying. Alright. I was really scared about Voldemort all day. I was even upset, went to rehearsals with my gothic metal band, Gothic Bloody Rose 666. I am the lead singer of it and I play guitar. People say that we sound like a cross between GC, Slipknot, and MCR. The other people in the band are Bloody Mary, Vampire, Draco, Ron, although we call him Diabolo now. He has black hair now with blue streaks in it. And Hagrid. No, there's no phonies. There's just Hagrid. Only today, Draco and Vampire were depressed, so they weren't coming, and we wrote songs instead. I knew Draco was probably slitting his wrist. He wouldn't die because he was a vampire too, and the only way you can kill a vampire is with a C-R-O-S-S. There's no way I'm writing that. Or a steak. Steak, S-T-E-A-K. Steak. Like, steak. Like... They all magically know each other, and she didn't know Vampire and Draco were banging. Okay, when did Draco become a vampire? Just now, in the story. Obviously, he's been a vampire the whole time. Like... He probably bit him. I don't know. And Vampire was probably watching a depressing movie like The Corpse Bride. I put on a black leather shirt that showed off my boobs and tiny matching miniskirt that said Simple Plan on the butt. You might think I'm a slut, but I'm really not. Does he have a flying Lambo? He has a flying car that says, like, something. 666. I am living for this. We were singing a cover of Helena, and at the end of the song, I suddenly burst into tears. Ebony, are you okay? Bloody Mary asked in a concerted voice. The fuck do you think? I asked angrily. And then I said, well, Voldemort came and the fucking bastard told me to kill Harry, but I don't want to kill him because he's really nice, even if he did go out with Draco. But if I don't kill Harry, then Voldemort will fucking kill Draco. I burst into tears. Suddenly, Draco jumped out from behind a wall. Why didn't you fucking tell me? He shouted. How could you fucking poser muggle bitch? C is that out of character. I started to cry and cry. Draco started to cry too, all sensitive. Then he ran out crying. Just casually brings up suicide, risk cutting, depression like they're nothing. Right? Right? The edgiest. You're gonna cut yourself on the edge. I don't know. He called her a poser muggle bitch. She said she's a witch and a vampire, but he called her a poser. Sorry, he called her a poser muggle bitch. That fell over because my legs jiggled too much. You're getting cuts just reading it? They're all muggles? I mean, the person writing it is definitely a muggle. For anyone who doesn't know, muggles are like an insult to like, oh, you don't have magic. You're born from non-magical parents. Bleh. I think that's the whole thing. Okay. Chapter 11. Author's note. I flaming you preps. See if this chapter is stupid. 111. It deals with serious issues. For yourself. It is stupid. Thanks to Murph and Raven for helping me. Insult made no sense. Why not call her a mudblood? Right? Right? I don't know. I don't know. That hurt my brain to read. Sorry, I said helping. It's hlepping. I was supposed to say hlepping me. Okay. No! I screamed. I was horror feed. Bloody Mary tried to comfort me, but I told her to fuck off, and then I ran into my room crying myself. Dumbledore chased after me, but he had to stop when I went into my room. Oh. Crap. Hold up. Hang on. I skipped ahead. I am so sorry. My bad. Rewind. Just rewind the tape. Just rewind. Okay. Then he ran out crying. We practiced for one more hour. Then suddenly, Dumbledore walked in angrily. His eyes were all fiery. I knew this time it wasn't because he had a headache. What have you done? He started to cry wisely. See, that's basically nut swearing. This time he was really upset, and you will see why. Ebony, Draco has been found in his room. He committed suicide by slitting his wrists. Okay, now everybody's caught up. Okay. No, I screamed. I was horror feed. Bloody Mary tried to comfort me, but I told her to fuck off, and I ran in my room crying myself. Dumbledore chased after me shouting, but he had to stop when I went into my room because he would look like a perv that way. Anyway, I started crying tears of blood, and then I slit both my wrists. They got all over my clothes, so I took them off and jumped into the bath angrily while I put on a Linkin Park song at full volume. I grabbed a steak, S-T-E-A-K, and almost stuck it in my heart to commit suicide. I was so fucking depressed. I got out of the bathtub and put on a black low-cut dress with lace all over it, sandly. One tough steak. It's steak. It's probably wet and, like, not cooked, and she's just, like, slapping it against her chest. I don't know. I put on black high heels with pink metal stuff on the ends and 6 pairs of skull earrings. I couldn't fucking believe it. Then I looked out the window and screamed! Snap was spying on me and he was taking a videotape of me. And Lupin was masticating to it. They were sitting on their broomsticks. How did Draco commit suicide by wrist cutting? He just did, I guess. Okay, recap. Snap and Lupin are outside of her window on broomsticks. Snape is videotaping and Lupin is masticating. I think she means masturbating, but yeah, I don't know. Ew, you fucking perv, stop looking at me naked! Are you pervs or what? An open window in her bath. She walked out of the bath and she had just put on a dress and yet they can see her. I don't know. She just left her bathroom door open. She has her own ensuite, so I don't know what's happening there. Okay. I screamed, putting on a black towel with a picture of Marilyn Manson on it. Wait, I thought she was wearing a dress. Okay, hang on. She got out of the bathtub, put on a black low-cut dress with lace, then put on a towel. Okay, alright. Towel has a picture of Marilyn Manson on it. Got it. Suddenly, vampire ran in. Abracadabra! He yelled at... Sorry. Abracadabra! He yelled at Snape, and Lupin, pointing his womb. His womb. I can't point my womb. Sorry. His womb. I took my gun and shot Snape and Lupin a gazillion times. They both started screaming and the camera broke. Suddenly, Dumbledore ran in. Ebony, it has been revealed that someone has... No! He shouted, looking at Snape and Lupin, and then he waved his wand and suddenly... Hagrid ran outside on his broom and everyone we need to talk. What do you know, Hagrid? You're just a little Hogwarts student. I may be a Hogwarts student, Hagrid paused angrily, but I am also a Satanist. Hagrid is a student and a Satanist. We're not done with the chapter. Okay, hang on. Mind you, it's in all caps, so I have to, like, shout it. Sorry for your ears. This cannot be! Snap said in a crisp voice as blood dripped from his hand where Dumbledore's wand had shot him. There must be other factors. You don't have any! I yelled in madly. Lupin held up the camera triumphantly. He's not dead yet. The lens may be ruined, but the tape is still here. I felt faint, more than I normally do, like how it feels when you do not drink enough blood. Why are you doing this? Lupin said angrily while he rubbed his dirty hands on his clock. Anybody got a clock for me to rub? Okay. On his clock. Alright. And then I heard the words that I had heard before, but not from him. I did not know whether to be shocked or happy or to bite him and drink his blood because I felt faint. Because, Hagrid said, and he paused in the air dramatically, waving his wand in the air. Then swooped he in, singing to the tune of a gothic version of a song by 50 Cent. Because you're gothic? Snap asked in a little afraid voice, because he was a friend. It meant he was connected with Satan. Because I love her! There's just so much beauty in the world, you know? There's just so much beauty in the world. Like, yeah, this is the best. We're about to start chapter 12. I'm trying to decide whether to pause it here and actually get into playing Pokemon, or whether I should refresh and keep going. Are we still enjoying this? Either way, we're gonna pause here. But like, we need to give the author the highest award ever for this. Obviously. Obviously. The best award I can give her is reading this out loud to all of you and sharing the joy of this fan fiction with all of you and hoping that you love it as much as I do. William Shakespeare has nothing on my immortal. That's not how you spell that. Okay. Alright. My immortal is truly the most delightful thing I've ever read. Suo Nova, are you enjoying yourself? Are you enjoying all of this? It has influenced me so much. Oh, I bet it has. Are we enjoying ourselves? Yeah. Yes. Love it. Was the best way you could have said that. I'm not gonna lie to you. Because it's so in line with this fanfiction right now. Okay. I think I'm gonna try to get to chapter 22. You're eating? Oh, that's fine. We're on chapter 12. We still have 11 chapters. Yes. So we are about to start chapter 22. I'm gonna refresh my drink and then we're gonna keep going. So we're gonna have another brief pause. The mic is still gonna be active, like I said before. I could mute it. I'm not going to. But I am gonna leave this on the taking a break screen. So we will be right back. And then we will continue with chapter 12. I hope you're all ready for chapter 12. I'm not ready for chapter 12. And I still have Sonic High School. Oh, excellent. Did you send me the link to that? If you send me the link, I will read it. We might not even get to Pokemon tonight. That's how dedicated we are. And I'll be back. Dear chat. You get to listen to computer sounds. Congratulations.
Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to plug in my phone charger because it is yelling at me about dying. We're getting that situated, and then I will be back live. So you can all hear me, but you can't see me just yet. You just get to hear all the computer noises I'm making. I'm sure that's very thrilling for some of you. It's probably not. Now, hopefully I didn't interrupt my camera too much, because if I so much as like look at it funny, it will turn itself off. So hopefully I've kept it doing okay. My rabbit ear is operating. All right, everyone. We've returned. I had some issues with the dogs, so that took me a few extra minutes. Sorry about that. We were getting started on chapter 12 of this wonderful fanfiction we're reading. Like I said, if you have any fanfiction suggestions, please send them to me so that I can get them pulled up and get them just kind of, you know, ready, maybe. I did get one in so far, which is fine. So if you have any fanfiction suggestions, please send them my way. Hopefully I will be able to read this one. It looks like I should be able to. Yeah, okay. Cool. So we got one in. We might read a couple chapters of that one. It is one that I have not read, so we will all be experiencing it for the first time together. But first, chapter 12. Author's note. Stop fighting, okay? Hagrid is a pedo too, and a lot of people in American schools are like that. I wanted to address the issue. How'd you know Snap is anti-Christian? Plus, Hagrid isn't really in love with Ebony. That was Cedric, okay? Cedric? Where the hell did Cedric come from in this? Okay, alright, okay. My second drink is very different from the first. It's very cinnamony, so see how that goes. I wanted to feel more chaotic for the stream, so we switched drinks. Okay. Right. I was about to slit my wrist again with the silver knife that Drago had given me in case anything happened to him. He had told me to use it valiantly against an enemy, but I knew that we must both go together. No, I thought it was Hagrid, but it was Vampire. He started to scream, I'm good, no, my scar hurts. And then his eyes rolled up. You could only see his red whites. Hello! Welcome to our fanfiction reading. We'll eventually get to Pokemon, but first, fanfiction. You could only see his red whites. I stopped. How did you know? I saw it. Sorry. I missed his accent that whole time. We're just going to continue. I saw it, and my scar turned into the lightning bolt. No! I ran up closer. I thought you didn't have a scar anymore, I shouted. Poke them mons. Sorry, don't be sorry. It was good. I do, but Diabolo changed it into a pentagram for me, and I always cover it up with foundation. Foundation, okay. He said back. Anyway, my scar hurt, and it turned back into the lightning bolt. Save me! And then I had a vision of what was happening to Draco. Voldemort has him bondage! Thank you for following, for the nonsense. Sorry, for the masterpiece that we're reading right now. If you see me pause at any time, like a crazy person who, like, maybe the stream froze, or like I'm checking a watch I don't have, it's because the
No, not Voldemort. Voldemort. Voldemort has him bondage. That is the long and short of that. So sorry, this is not sitting properly on my girls. I had to fix that real quick. Voldemort in bondage, you're in. My kind of lad, my kind of lady, lad, family. As long as you're in, welcome. We're generally a hydration cult. Today, we're only thirsty. No, I'm just kidding. We are reading some of the best fan fiction I've ever found, ever, and it's fine. Yes, my Aaaand does hate you because you keep saying in 17 words. What can I say? We do have a Discord. In my Discord, you do have to agree to the rules, and then if you scroll on down, we are on a Discord call. Although my headphones want to be a butt and not react to it properly. In the Discord call, you will find a little bitty chat that's called No Mic. So that No Mic channel is actually where I'm sharing links to the stories that we're reading right now, so you can follow along in case you, like me, need to read it while you hear it. Otherwise, you won't be able to hear or read or either. Wow, I can't believe it took away Filthy, even though it's in his name. Fanfiction can be nice. Fanfiction can be something. You're trying to get Filthy to join? You should. If Filthy has not joined us yet, Filthy will eventually join us. Probably, maybe, never. I don't know. The Aaaand is definitely out to get you, Ronnie. I think Aaaand is specifically out to get you. I think you are the one. You have him on Twitch? He's tuned in before. But the last time he tuned into our stream, I was actually still really sick. So I did have to like run. Aaaand is I don't think Aaaand is racist, Ronnie. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's even remotely true. It's also not homophobic, unlike Ebony. So it's because you're black. Okay, well, I don't think that's why Aaaand is coming after you, buddy. Hey, welcome, Focus Energy. How you doing? How you doing? You also think Aaaand is racist. Okay, okay. Ronnie Eclipse, are you black? Yes. Yes, Ronnie is black. If anybody gets actually racist in this chat, we might have some words. Just saying. Disclosure. We'll ban you. You're white. Nice to meet you. Like, you make jokes about me. Don't make jokes about each other. It's not nice. If I look like a Playboy bunny out of work, as somebody said earlier, that's okay. Racist jokes, less so. This author just needs to go racist next. No, so far, it's just been the I think you have AIDS anyway thing, and calling people gay fags. So that's been fun. Where were we? Oh yeah, we were in the start of this. Sorry, had a little misfunction earlier. Coming back up here, might tell that story later. So I'm trying to stay safe with Twitch, who will absolutely ban me. So okay is okay, but am I whole no way? That's all right. I think that's the wrong hole. That was a double joke. I'm sorry. Anyway, what chapter were we on again? Oh yeah, chapter 12. Where were we? Voldemort has him bondage. Yes. Voldemort wants to get into Draco's forbidden forest. Voldemort has him bondage. For anybody who doesn't know, this is the only character described as a British accent. So this is the only one we're doing in a British accent. Anyway, I was in the school nurse's office now, recovering from my slit wrists. Snap and Lupin and Horrid were there too. They were going to St. Mango's after they recovered because they were pedophiles. And you can't have those fucking pervs teaching in a school with lots of hot girls. Can I send you a YouTube video that is safe, by the way? If you hit me up on Discord or Twitter or Instagram, technically, because I'm on there too. I guess I'm on TikTok as well. I'm also on YouTube. I guess I'm not, let me allow that real quick. Pedo's not good. Agreed. They survived the gazillion gunshots, the abracadabra, whatever Dumbledore was doing. Like, and Hagrid is both a. Oh, right. I guess it hasn't popped up in a while. Sorry, let me. So we have a Discord that tells you when we go live. Also tells of any events like this where we're doing goofy fanfiction stuff. I mean, sorry, reading very brilliant and amazing fanfiction, and it's just wonderful. And yeah. So any announcements go there. Anytime we go live goes there. I usually play cozy games, so this is definitely a departure. We were gonna play Pokemon at some point. We were gonna play Pokemon Scarlet. So her slitting wrist hurting her? I mean, it's hurting her. She's a vampire. She's low on blood. I don't know. We are just enjoying life, Ronnie. We are not asking questions. Author established slitting wrist doesn't affect them. It doesn't kill them. It doesn't kill them. But they do lose blood. And then they feel faint. Because that did happen. So, alright. Alright. So, make up your mind, right? But, hang on. So, her reasoning is you can't have these pedophiles, which is spelled pedo, P-E-D-O, files, like combing through files. You can't have these fucking pervs teaching in a school with lots of hot girls, G-U-R-L-Z. I'm positive, 100%, zero doubt in my mind, the pedophiles don't just go after young girls. Are pedophiles working with predator missiles? I don't know. All I know is that Snape, spelled snap, Lupin, Loopin, which if you're in the Discord, you can actually follow along with what we're doing. In the no mic chat, the second link is what we're actually reading. We're on chapter 12, if anybody cares. Yeah. Random internet historian joke. I missed that. Sorry. Yeah. So I'm reading it exactly as it's written. I know I said that earlier in the stream. I'm gonna say it again a few more times, I'm sure. Alright. Dumbledore had constipated the Cydio camera they took of me naked. I put up my middle finger at them. Anyway, Hagrid came into my hospital bed, holding a bouquet of pink roses. Enobi, I need to tell you something, he said in a serious voice, giving me the roses. Fuck off, I told him. You know I fucking hate the color pink anyway, and I don't like fucked up preps like you, I snapped. Hagrid had been mean to me before being Gottfic. No, Enobi, Hagrid says. Those are not roses. What, are they goths too, you poser prep? I asked, 'cause I was angry that he had brought me pink roses. I saved your life, he yelled angrily. No, you didn't, I replied. That's all in quotes. You can't get in my Discord. In the welcome tab, there should be a message to react to. I don't know what else would be. I'm not sure, because she established that he was a student, and then she established he was a pedo. I don't know. I really don't know, Ronnie. I am just reading the words. I am simply bringing you the words as they are given to me by the wonderful, possible Tara Gillespie. Gillespie? Was he held back a lot? Technically, Hagrid was flunked out of Hogwarts. Out of Hogwarts? You like that? Hagrid was flunked out of Hogwarts. She's affecting my brain. If you're having trouble getting in, if there's something just blocking you in the way, you can find me. It should say Cece as the top list of the users on there. You can just DM me. I'll respond eventually. So, This is probably the first stream I've gone back and forth on Discord a lot, so this is the most active I've been on Discord since I created it. Let's see, where are we at? No, you didn't, I replied, which is in quotations. You saved me from getting a Paris Hilton pee video made from your shower scene and being viewed V-U-E-D, viewed by Snap and Lupin, who masturbated. See, is dat spelled wrong? Both masturbated and wrong are spelled wrong. Just to it he added silently. Who masturbated? To it he added silently. Whatever, I yelled angrily. He pointed his wand at the pink roses. These aren't roses. He suddenly looked at them with an evil look in his eye and muttered, well, if you wanted honesty, that's all you had to say. She shot them. Why did she not take the tape? So she shot the camera and it broke, but then the tape was confiscated, I guess. I don't know. That's not a spell. That's an MCR song. I corrected him wisely, which is, well, if you wanted honesty, that's all you had to say. I know that one. I didn't know the song earlier, but I know that one. All right. I know. I was just warming up my vocal cords. Then he screamed, Pollutus Marengo mi Cremilsi Ramasio. For all you cool gothic MCR fans there, that is a tribute. Especially for Raven. I love you, girl. Imoto no okayo. Probably supposed to be I'm o not okayo, but Imoto no tokayo. And then the roses turned into a huge black flame floating in the middle of the air. And it was black. Now I knew he wasn't a prep. Okay, I believe you. What the fuck is Draco? Hairgrid rolled his eyes. I looked into the balls of flame, but I could see nothing. You see, Nobby, Dumbledore said, watching the two of us, watching the flame. To see what is in the flames. Haha, you reverse flames, get it? You must find yourself first. Okay. Sorry, it's just K. K? I have found myself, okay, you mean old man? Hagrid yelled. Dumbledore looked shocked. I guess he didn't have a headache, or else he would have said something back. Hagrid stormed off back into his bed. You are a liar, Dumbledore. There's too many E's at the end of that. Anyway, when I got better, I went upstairs and put on a black leather mini dress that was all ripped on the ends with lace on it. There was some corset stuff on the front. Then I put on black fishnets and black high-heeled boots with pictures of Billy Joel Armstrong on them. I put my hair all out around me so I look like Samara from The Ring. If you don't know who she is, you're a prep, so fuck off. I put on some blood red lipstick, black eyeliner, and black lip gloss. Why would you put on red? How many changing scenes? Every chapter. Every chapter there's a changing scene. Why would you put on blood red lipstick but also black lip gloss? You're just gonna cover the red. What is the point? I don't understand. You look clay, girl, Bloody Mary said sadly. Fangs, get it? You do too. I said sadly too, but I was still upset. I slit both of my wrists, feeling totally depressed, and I sucked all the blood. I cried again in my bathroom and put the shades on so Snap and Lupin couldn't spy on me this time. I went to some classes. Vampire was in the hair of magical creatures. He's all up in their hair. I don't understand. He looked all depressed because Draco had disappeared and he had used to be in love with Draco. He was sucking some blood from a Hufflepuff. Hi, he said. Sorry. Hi, he said in a depressed way. Hi back, I said, qually depressed. Qually said way. Not the Hufflepuff. I know, they ate him. We both looked at each other for some time. Harry had beautiful red gothic eyes, so much like Draco's. Then We jumped on each other and started screwing each other. Stop it now, you horny simpletons! Shouted Professor McGoggle, who was watching us, and so was everyone else. Vampire, you fucker, I said, slapping him. Stop trying to screw me. You know I love Draco, I shouted, and then I ran away angrily. So, they started screwing each other. They get called out. She slaps him, blames it on him, and runs away. Okay. Alright. Just then, he started to scream, "Oh, for good no, my scar hurts!" And then, his eyes rolled up. You could only see his red whites. This part already happened, but it was happening again, I guess. Just know, you've already heard this, but it was a different chapter. Okay? Okay. No! I ran up closer. I thought you didn't have a scar anymore, I shouted. I do, but Diabolo changed it into a pentagram for me, and I always covered it up with foundation, he said. Anyway, my scar hurt, and then I had a vision of what was happening to Draco. Everybody say it with me. You know what's coming next. We already went through this. Voldemort has him bondage. I'm disappointed in you, chat. You didn't say it with me. Maybe next time. Ronnie, you said it weird. Are they exhibitionist? I don't know. You all know. Voldemort has him bondage. I think it only happens twice in the fic, but she does, like, repeat some scenes. It's really weird. Okay. There's a bunch of X's. X, 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 X. Special thanks to Raven, my gothic blood sister. What the fuck? You're supposed to writ this. Hey, Raven, do you know where my sweater I? Chapter 13. That was the bottom of the chapter 12. Now we're on chapter 13. Okay. Chapter 13. We're trying to get through 22 before we do anything else. If anybody is having just too much with this, if it's too much for you, you want to bow out, I will not be upset. I understand. This one is, it's a time. It's definitely something that was a leg for all of you who don't know what a leg looks like. That was a leg. And now it's gone forever. You've lost leg privileges. Just kidding. I'm just more comfortable this way. You don't think you've ever got this far in this fanfic? Oh, man. We're probably actually gonna stop at, like, maybe 20-ish? I don't know. I want to get through 22 because there's some, like, wild stuff that happens between now and 22. Like, it just gets weird. It gets more weird than it has been so far. 13 is very short. 13 is like 6 lines. Like, it's not even, maybe 8 lines. It's not very long. So, it's okay. Alright. Her, Draco, and Harry and Voldemort gonna have a huge orgy at the end? No, that's not how this one ends. There's a reference to Tom Bombadil at one point. Spoiler alert. We don't know why that happens. It just happens. But first, chapter 13. Author's note. Raven, fangs for gelping me again. I'm sorry I talk your posture of Gerard, but that guy is such a fucking sex bomb. Prebs, stop flamming. Nope, there's no waiting. We're running. Hit the ground running. Let's go. Vampire and I ran up the stairs looking for Dumbledore. We were so scarred. Dumbledore, Dumbledore, we both yelled. Dumbledore came there. What is it that you want now, you despicable snobs? He yelled angrily. Voldemort has Draco, we both shouted at the same time. He laughed in an evil voice. No, don't, we need to save Draco, we begged. No, he said meanly. I don't give a darn what Voldemort does to Draco. Not after how much he misbehaved in his school, especially with you, Ebony, he said while he frowned, looking at me. Besides, I never liked him that much anyway. Then he walked away. Vampire started crying. My Draco, he moaned. Author's note, don't you fic gay guys are like so hot. Didn't yeah, hold on. Didn't this author also have her character yell that Draco probably had AIDS because she assumed he cheated with Harry, aka Vampire? And then yes. So now the author is into gay guys with each other. Yeah. This has been a wild ride. Wild ride. I also have no idea why Automod had a problem with the word AIDS. But Is this a Twilight fanfic? No. If I could find a Twilight fanfiction that wasn't 50 Shades of Grey, I would definitely read that. For those who don't know, that's how 50 Shades of Grey got started. It was a Twilight fanfiction. It got out of hand. It feels like a Twilight fanfiction. Nope, it's Harry Potter still. It's pretty great. All right. It's okay, I tried to tell him, but that didn't stop him. He started to cry tears of blood. Then he had a brainstorm. I had an idea, he exclaimed. What? I asked him. You'll see, he said. He took out his wand and did a spell. And then I didn't plan that. Suddenly, we were in Voldemort's lair. Sorry. Voldemort's lair. I wish they had waited till the next one. So the dogs started barking. I don't know if y'all can hear them. They're barking right now. But they started barking as a bunch of dots came up. There's another one that's about to come up that I wish they had waited till that, because that would have been perfect for me. What Deus Machina is this? Look, hang on. We're not done with the chapter. Hang on. We ran in with our wands out just as we heard a croon voice say, Alakadavra! It was... Voldemort! Sorry, your comment timed too well. Next thing I'm gonna find out Voldemort is secretly into Draco and is a satanic vampire. Voldemort just yelled out, Alla Cadavra. Redeem Hydrate? You got it. I don't know how hydrating that is, but what in the level 23 hell is this? Welcome! We're on chapter 14! If you were a part of our Discord, you would know what's happening right now. You would be forewarned and forearmed for all of the things we're experiencing tonight. So we are on chapter 14 of possibly the greatest fanfiction ever written. Ma'am, you don't do that? I'm pretty sure you do Discord, but okay. I'm also positive that I put it on my Twitter. So, no excuses, sir. We are in chapter 14 of possibly the greatest fanfiction ever written. It is a Harry Potter fanfiction. I shared the link on Discord for the first 22 chapters, which is our goal for the evening. And then we're supposed to be reading something called Sonic High School. Don't know how I feel about that. This one is called My Immortal. You missed our first fanfiction, which was called Hogwarts School of Prayer and Miracles. It was delightful. And this one is great. Chapter 14. Author's note. Now, because Derek hasn't been here, I'm going to just point out real quick. I am reading it exactly as written. Whatever it says on the screen, that's how I'm reading it. Fuck off, Prebz. Okay? Raven, thanks for helping Aaaand. I'm sorry I couldn't update, but I was depressed and I had to go to the hospital because I slipped my wrists. Piss. I'm not updating. To give me 10 god reviews. Reviews. Revoiws. Reviews. Reviews. That's, you know. Warning. Some of this chapter is extremely scray. Viewer excretion advised. So if you gotta poop, do it now. We advise you to poop before this chapter. Viewer excretion is advised. Excrete it all. Whatever you gotta excrete it right now. Because that's advised. Sorry, advised. ADVISD. Advised. You know, I wish I could assume that, Ronnie. I wish. But the way this is written is just too... Whatever year this was. What year was this? I don't know. But it was before 2014, which is when the other one was written. This was 2000s. Late 2000s. That's what I'm going to go with. I'm going to go with 06, maybe-ish. Who knows? Anyway. Viewer excretion. A visit. Alright? Okay, cool. We ran to where Voldemort was. It turned out that Voldemort wasn't there. Instead, the fat guy who killed Cedric was. Draco was there crying tears of blood. Snaketail was torturing him. Vampire and I ran in front of Snaketail. Rid my sight, you despicable preps. Sorry, that was hard to read. He shouted as we started shooting him with the gun. He then suddenly looked at me and he fell down with a lovey-dovey look in his eyes. It's all one, no pause, just one word. He said, and this he is 16 years old, so he's not a pedophile, okay? Huh? I asked. Ebony, I love you. Will you have sex with me? Asked Snaketail. I started laughing crudely. What the fuck? You torture my BF and then you expect me to fuck you? God, you are so fucked up, you fucking bastard. I said angrily. Then I stabbed him in the heart. Blood pours out of it like a fountain. No! He screamed. He started screaming and running around. Then he fell down and died. I burst into tears sadly. So they shoot at him. He gets on his knees. Oh my god, have sex with me. She says no. She stabs him in the heart. blood going everywhere. He runs around and then falls down and dies. Okay. Alright. Then she cries about it. Snaketail, what art thou doing? Called Voldemort. Then he started coming. We could hear his high heels clacking to us. So we got on our broomsticks and we flew to Hogwarts. When did they get broomsticks? Hold on. They magicked themselves there, but suddenly had broomsticks. I'm begging for an ounce of continuity. Just one tiny thing. To just chapter to chapter. Please. Okay. All right. Sorry. Oh, all right. We went to my room. Vampire went away. There. I started crying. What's wrong, honey? Asked Draco, taking off his clothes so he could screw. He had a sex pack. Get it? 'Cause he's so sexa. And a really huge you-know-what and everything. I'm not saying you-know-what instead of dick. It says you-know-what. Okay. It's so unfair, I yielded. Why can't I just be ugly or plain like all the other girls and preps here except for Aadi Mary because she's not ugly or anything? Why would you want to be ugly? I don't like the preps anyway. They are such fucking sluts. She fucked Harry while they thought Draco was... Answer Draco. All right. Nope. No holding. Yeah, but everyone is in love with me. Like Snape and Lupin took a video of me naked. He wouldn't know this. Hagrid says he's in love with me. He wouldn't know this. Vampire likes me, and now even Snaketail is in love with me. He would only know that last part. I just want to be with you, okay, Draco? Why couldn't Satan have made me less beautiful? I shouted angrily. Author's note. Don't worry, Inobi isn't a snob or anything, but a lot of people have told her she's pretty. I'm good at too many things. Why can't it just be normal? It's a fucking curse! I shouted, and then I ran away. So she banged Draco, and he ran after her naked. And then she had sex with Harry, who's now known as Vampire, in public, and got caught. Slapped him, ran off. She's had Snape and Lupin videotape her naked. Hagrid is in love with her, allegedly. Snaketail is in love with her. The fat guy who killed Cedric. Is in love with her. Except she killed him, so he's no longer in love with her. He's dead. Why couldn't Satan have made me less beautiful? The first one was a vodka mixture. This one is a whiskey mixture. I just need you to know that, Ronnie. That's what you're subjecting me to. There's not enough alcohol. Thanks. The punctuation from the dogs is well heard and understood. I appreciate them for understanding. Sorry, this is not fitting properly. I lost one of my straps. That's what I was going to tell y'all earlier. The other one is still there. But I lost one because I had to take a break and use the restroom, and it didn't stay on. So that's going to be some modifications. Hooray, sewing. Anyway, it's time for chapter 15. Author's note. Stop flamming, okay? But you suck. From now on, Tim someone flams me, I'm gonna slip my wrists. Thanks for Raven for a flap in. I wish I could unread that. Ebony, Ebony! Shouted Draco sadly. Sorry. Ebony, Ebony! Shouted Draco sadly. No, please come back. But I was too mad. What is she mad about? Whatever. Now you can go have sex with vampire, I shouted. I stormed into my room and closed my black door with my blood red key. It had a picture of Marilyn Manson on it. He looked so sexy in a way that reminded me of Draco and Vampire. I started to cry and weep. I took a razor and started to slit my wrists. I drank the blood all depressed. Then I looked at my black GC watch and noticed it was time to go to biology class. Wizards don't have biology class. It's not on the itinerary. Curriculum, class schedule, whatever word you want to use there. They don't have biology class. But alright, Ebony, look at your good Charlotte watch and notice that it's time to go to biology class. It's fine. It's your favorite part, Ronnie. I put on a short-ribbed black gothic dress and said Anarchy on the front in blood red letters and was all ripped and a spiky belt. Under that, I put on black ripped fishnets and boots that said Joel all over them with blood red letters. I put my ebony black hair out. Anyway, I went downstairs feeling all sad and depressed as usual. I did some advanced biology work. I was turning a bloody pentagram into a black guitar. Suddenly, the guitar turned to Draco. "Anobi, I love you," he shouted sadly. "I do not care what those fucker preps and posers think. You're the most beautiful girl in the world. Before I met you, I used to want to commit suicide all the time. Now I just want to fucking be with you. I fucking love you. Then..." He started to sing The Chronicles of Life and Death. We considered it our song now because we fell in love when Joel was singing it. Right in front of the entire class. His singing voice was so amazing and gothic and sexy, like a cross between Gerard, Joel, Chester Pierre, and Marilyn Manson. Author's note, don't you think those guys are so hot? If you not know who they are, get the fuck out of her. Hang on, we're almost done with the chapter. I said after he was done. Some fucking preps stared at us, but I just stuck up my middle fingers that were covered in black nail polish and were entwined with Draco's now at them. "I love you," I said, and then we started to kiss just like Hilary Duff. I fucking hate that bitch. And CMM in A Cinderella Story. Then we went away holding hands. Lupin shouted at us, but he stopped because everyone was clapping by how sexy we looked together. Then I saw a poster saying that MCR would have a concert in Hogsmeade right then. We looked at each other all shocked, and then we went together. You're gonna make me look up Hilary Duff and Cinderella Story. Answer your question. I don't know. Oops. Chad Michael Murray. Or Murray, probably. I was hoping to find a picture of him. Why is Lupin teaching and not in jail? Isn't he a pedophile who recorded the main character naked in a bath? Right? Let me just get the thing back up so y'all can see what's happening. This is Chad Michael Murray, whatever his name is. He looks much older now. You need to take a break? That's okay. I hope y'all can see it. This is him. This is the guy. I have this Sonic thing pulled up. It's about to be. Are we still talking about books? We're still talking about something. Something. Oof. I almost wish that I had like put this up for y'all to follow, but at the same time, I'm glad I didn't because this thing is a lot. um, but it is about books. Yes, it is still about a book. We have just reached chapter 16. We might stop it there. We might stop at 16 and move on to the next one. I know. It's fan fiction still. It's still fan fiction. But our next fan fiction is video game fan fiction. So, does that help? Specifically Sonic, like Sonic the Hedgehog. So if that helps, we're probably just gonna read one chapter of that because I've never read it before. And then honestly, I think it'll be time for Pokemon. So we'll probably read at least one, possibly two chapters of this Sonic fanfiction, and then we're gonna check back with Pokemon and try to beat the final Titan, which that's gonna be a lot. Oof. Delicious. I just want to see where everyone's at right now. Are we okay with moving on from My Immortal? We've gotten 15 chapters into it. Are we okay with moving on? If we're not, let me know because I will wait. To be honest, you're probably moved on from all fanfiction, I'm guessing. We probably should move on. Yeah, that's what I figured. I figured we were at a decent stopping point. I just wanted to get to the point where they were like making out and shooting up the middle finger. We haven't even gotten to the time travel. Spoiler alert, there's time travel in it. I don't even have to read you The Cursed Child. It's in this fanfiction called My Immortal. So we're going to move on from that. I'm going to move on to another fanfiction. It's our last one of the night. It is called Sonic High School. I think what I'm going to do, like I said, I might just read the first one. I'm possibly going to read the second one. Depends on the length, the level, the how into it we get. Oh my goodness. I don't know what these dogs are barking about. But we're going to at least get the first chapter of this before I move on to playing actual Pokemon and like change the game on my stream and all that. So it'll be fun, I think. Give it just a sec. Pablo Escobar autobiography or any other crazy IRL person, you'd listen to it. I mean, I'm a big fan of reading fan fiction because sometimes it gets a little off the wall crazy. If there was anything you wanted me to actually read, just let me know. We might make it into a stream sometime. I have some books I'm currently reading. I mean, I could read those, but I like things that I can link to other people so that people can follow along while I read. Otherwise, either I misread it or it's hard to follow along. Maybe it's Pokemon time, whatever you want to do. I definitely want to read at least one chapter of the one Ronnie suggested because it sounded like he definitely wanted us to tune into this one, just get at least a chapter out of the way. So I do want to read at least a chapter of that. It looks like there's only maybe 4 or 5 chapters to this whole thing. Let me back it back out of the screen I'm in. I did link it in the No Mic channel. There's only 5 chapters total of this thing. I might read the second chapter, but definitely like 1. It'd be very violent and gruesome at the same time. I didn't think about that. Yeah, Pablo Escobar's story probably would be. I can imagine that it would get probably a little dark to sit through as a group, but it could also be interesting. Biographies can be interesting. I did just read a story. It's completely different vein from what you just said. I'm very sorry. But I did just read a story where she raised her brother from the dead, because I usually read fantasy novels. So I mean, I was trying to be generous. It's okay, it's a lot. It's a lot. It can be very heavy, it can be very gruesome. There's a lot of violence in it. It's Pablo Escobar. What do you expect? But still. I don't think I can give funny voices to a Pablo Escobar story. That's like one thing that like separates this. Because I can give some pretty funny voices to things when I'm so inclined. It's one of the reasons that we are debating adding Ace Attorney, the Phoenix Wright games, to the schedule, so that I can do different voices. We can have a whole voice thing. There are so many characters in that I will probably forget what voices I gave each person. So we'll see about that one. The chapter where there was a chainsaw and a basic worker. I don't like that. That's definitely not on my fun to-do list. Say the worker lost his head at the end of it, but lost his head. Oh boy. Let's just say. I mean, did he or didn't he? It was very detailed how he lost his head. Oh. Well, that's a thing. That's definitely a thing. Oof, boy. It might take me how do I word this? So, with a story like that, I would probably try to read it myself first. And if I could get through it, it would be something I could read. But if I myself couldn't read it all the way through and like process it, be okay with it, I don't know how all of you would fare. So I try to only inflict things on all of you that I've read through and kind of absorbed a little bit. It's a lot more dark than you just described from your hip. Honestly, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised in the slightest. I have a feeling that it is probably detailed in a level that would warrant a lot of trigger warnings. Just any casual person that tuned into the stream would probably need to like sit down, take a second, grab something soft, and then we'll get into it. But now, if I was going to read it, say, on a Discord call, that would be different. But on stream, it can be hit or miss. We try to stay a little more lighthearted, a little more silly. So. And the way my brain works, I'm already very distracted by this, and I've only read like 3 lines out of it, so my bad. We are gonna start Sonic High School. We are going to do chapter 1. I don't know if we're going to do chapter 2. I need all of you to know it was published in May of 2012. So the year we thought the Mayan calendar was going to bring the world to an end. If anybody remembers that, because I certainly do. That is what we are facing. Somebody decided to post it on DeviantArt, not fanfiction.net. DeviantArt. Our last 2 stories were on Fanfiction. Well, the second one was technically hosted elsewhere, but they were originally on fanfiction.net. I don't know where this one came from. It has 1,000 views, like 1 comment. Ronnie might have dreamed this up himself. Who knows? There are little videos of similar things the cartel does nowadays. No, it's true. It's true. It's very, very prevalent. And it's been prevalent. That's actually been prevalent since honestly, since 2001. With the whole, the terrorists, and they were beheading people, and ISIS, and like, it's been a whole span. It's been 22 years of that same content. And that, more so than the gruesomeness of it, is why I'm like, I don't know. Because that's a whole 22 years. Like, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. Oh, no, of course. It's been going on for a very long time. But, personally, 22 years is a long time about beheadings. And I'm not talking the French Revolution. So, I mean, you say they took it from cartels, but they didn't have a guillotine. So, which reminds me of a musical, which my brain extrapolates into listening to the Scarlet Pimpernel. And before I get too carried away with that and start singing, beheading is a good way to go. You'd think that, but you can still blink like for 30 something seconds. It's a whole thing. They do, for sure. For sure. Lots of people do. Humanity is a weird, weird creature. Humanity is a weird creature. And my brain is just singing Madame Guillotine. So, before I burst into song, like this is actually a musical, you don't also. Fair. Before I burst into song like this is an actual musical, we're going to get started on Sonic High School, Chapter 1. I don't know how many characters we're looking at. I don't know the basic plot. I don't know the story. I don't know anything. All I know... Oh, my goodness. Cube, you're doing things. Can we just chill for a sec? Let's chill. Okay? Sonic time. Thank you for modding, doing your mod duties. But let's... Okay. Sonic High School, Chapter 1. Sonic woke up and looked at the clock. 7 o'clock, it said. And Sonic screamed, "Ah! I am late for school! I have to get to school now!" said Sonic, jumping out of bed. Sonic put on his clothes really fast and ran out of his room because he is fast. "No time for breakfast," said Sonic as he ran past Sonic's mom. "You will regret this," said Sonic's mom, leering at him from the kitchen stove, wearing aprons and oven mitts on her hands. Sonic did not care. He was late. Sonic ran outside and ran to the bus stop where people were getting on the bus. "Tails, Knuckles, wait for me," said Sonic as he ran towards the bus. "Hey, Knuckles, it's Sonic," said Tails to Knuckles at the bus stop. "He is late," said Knuckles to Tails before getting on the bus. Sonic ran so fast to the bus, and he got on the bus after Tails. "Just in time," said Sonic, huffing and puffing like he was doing the Cupid Shuffle for the first time. Sonic sat down next to Tails, and Knuckles sat behind them, taking up both seats. "I am so bad," said Knuckles, laughing because he sat where two people could sit. Knuckles did this every day, and no one bothered him, but they all knew it was against the rules of both man and God. The bus started and drove at school and parked, and they got out. "We are at school now," said Tails. "It is time to go to class." Sonic was also at school, so he went to his first day of class, English class. Sonic did not like English very much, but he did not like any class very much that was not about running and going fast, which is what Sonic does best. Sonic got to his class and sat down in his seat. "It is journal day," said Sonic's English teacher, Mrs. Lesson. Mrs. Lesson was tall and white and had gray hair, and she was not pretty. "Take out your journals and put them in a pile, and I will read one of your entries to the class." Sonic took out his blue journal and ran to the front quickly and put his journal on her desk and ran back to his desk, all with his head down and not talking or looking at anyone. Sonic was so fast that he did it first. Everyone else did it afterwards, and slower. Mrs. Lesson grabbed a journal from the pile, and Sonic knew it was his because it looked just like Sonic's journal. Sonic knew this because he had written in it so many times, it was crazy. Mrs. Lesson opened to a totally random page, and it was the worst page she could pick. She began to read. "Dear Journal, I called the doctor today about a problem. I have a problem with my balls. They are itchy, and it is difficult to sit with them because they are itchy. I have to go back up against stucco surfaces and rub them up and down to relieve the itchiness. No creams have worked. Creams only make my balls sweat and smell like the breath of a thoroughbred, and I think Amy, my girlfriend, noticed. I hope my doctor calls. Love, Sonic. Oh no, stop reading, said Sonic, but he reacted too late because it was already read. All of it. Everyone in class laughed, and Sonic felt like an idiot asshole because now everyone knows all about his ball problems. Sonic felt his rage build up inside him like a pool of lava in a volcano. Stop laughing at me! Don't tell anyone! Shouted Sonic, but everyone was laughing so loud they did not hear him, and Sonic was just so embarrassed and mad and sad and more embarrassed he ran out of the class fast. Sonic ran to his locker and opened it and screamed into it. He screamed, "This sucks!" and curse words too. What is the problem? Said Tails. Are you mad? Said Tails. Sonic was mad and he nodded. You should tell everyone that it is okay to have a problem with your balls and that they probably have problems that they do not want everyone to know about too, so stop laughing at me. Sonic thought Tails was right because Tails was smart. Knuckles was there too, and he said, Sonic, what is this I heard you're having problems with your penis and balls? Sonic was so mad again, so he punched Knuckles and ran away quick. Where Sonic ran to was his next class. It is now second period, so it was okay. And that class was history class. Sonic did not care about history class. Hey, Amy, said Sonic, check me out. And Sonic did a dance move. Wow, cool, let's kiss, said Amy. And Sonic and Amy kissed right there in the class, and some of the other people in the class watched. But the teacher wasn't there yet, so they didn't get in trouble. And who's going to tell Sonic he can't kiss his girlfriend in class? Amy kissed Sonic so hard, he was thinking, let's have sex. But he didn't say it because the teacher would show up by the time they started to have sex in history class. Sonic kissed back really hard, and it was sexy to everyone. The teacher arrived, and they did class, but Sonic just looked at Amy the whole time, who was sitting next to Rogue. Amy and Rogue talked, and they looked at Sonic sometimes and laughed, and Sonic thought Amy was telling her about how awesome Sonic kissed her, but it was not. Rogue was telling Amy about Sonic's gay ball problems, and Sonic was Amy's girlfriend, but she thought it was just the funniest thing ever. Class ended, and Sonic went to Amy quick and did not stop on the way. Hey, Amy, why are you go telling Rose about how hard we kiss? Said Sonic with a smile on his face that meant he did not care that Amy did this and really wanted her to because it made him look cooler. Actually, Rose was telling me about the problems with your balls and penis and butthole and that everyone found out about in your English class. Wow, was Sonic surprised? He did not know what to say. It is the first chapter of Sonic High School. It says that. It says it is the first chapter of Sonic High School. I kind of want to read chapter 2. But I don't know if I want to read that like to y'all or just like for myself. Okay. We're going to read chapter 2. Then that's going to be it. We're just going to play Pokemon. I'm going to get into Pokemon Scarlet. I'm sure my Switch is turned off over here. I'll turn it back on. We'll get into it. Okay. First, Sonic High School Chapter 2. Now, mind you, I have not read this one. I don't know anything about it. I'm reading it as it comes. So I'm doing my best. The rest of the day for Sonic was awful. So bad it was that Sonic went home and went right to the bathroom and took a big poop. It was a mad poop because it went out fast. It shooted right out of his butthole so fast it was like a gun shooting. His poop sunk so much the neighbors could smell it, and they all had a meeting at night about what to do about it, and they decided that they would just put fans on the outside. If it really started to smell again, they would do something else. So Sonic pooped and went to his room and shouted into his pillow, I hate everything! Sonic shouted so loud, and then he heard a knock at his door. What is wrong, Sonic? Asked Sonic's mom. Nothing, said Sonic. Okay, just keep it down because I'm trying to watch the TV, said Sonic's mom to Sonic and left without saying anything else. Sonic was in his room still, so he looked out the window and saw Tails flying there with his flying tails. Sonic, are you okay? Asked Tails. I was worried about you, Sonic. Sonic was less mad because Tails was always nice and smart and didn't care that Sonic left his porns around his room so he could think about kissing and doing sex on Amy when he wasn't with Amy. Please be happy, said Tails. Are you there? Sonic went to the window and opened the window. Sonic grabbed Tails and put him on the bed because Sonic is strong too. Put him on the bed? This day was the worst, said Sonic. Everyone thinks I am a gay loser because I gave them my journal. Sonic cried a little, and Tails put his hand under his face to catch the tears. Tears can stain a carpet. Tails hugged Sonic and said, I am always here for you. The prom is tonight also. Wow, I forgot, said Sonic. Sonic ran to his closet fast, pulled on his prom uniform. It's a tuxedo, and put it on faster. Is our limo here yet, Tails? Said Sonic, while looking at Tails. Yes, said Tails right back. Let's go! And Sonic went outside with Tails, who was also in prom clothing, and they went outside and got in the limo. The limo was broken, said the limo driver, who looked like a person but darker colored. What? Sonic and Tails got out of the limo and asked the limo driver if they could fix it. Nope, the limo was broken eternally, said the limo driver. So Sonic grabbed Tails' hand and said, let's go, and ran all the way to the prom, which was on an island called Ghost Island. This place is scary, said Tails. Ghost Island was really scary. It was shaped like a skull and everything looked like it was dead. Sonic looked at Tails. Yeah, it sucks, said Sonic. Why would they put the prom on this island, said Tails. I don't see anyone else from the school here. Tails and Sonic were both worried about it all. Sonic and Tails walked forward and there was a haunted house. Sonic and Tails went into the haunted house and it was spooky. Sonic saw a ghost and Tails saw a mummy. There was a man laughing. Ha ha ha, Sonic and Tails, now you are both here and have fallen into my trap, said the man laughing. The man looked like a fat, immature guy. It was Eggman. Eggman, why are you here? Asked Sonic and shouted at Eggman. Are you here for the Chaos Emeralds? Sonic shook his fist at Eggman and Tails ran at him, but what an idiot he was because a cage fell down on top of him. Because the cage fell down from the top of the sky and trapped Tails. You are doomed now, said Eggman. Welcome to a graveyard of you. Sonic was shocked, but did not run forward because he did not want to get caught too. But what if Eggman did not have another cage? Sonic did not know, so he went to the side into a different room. This room was smaller and had carpets and wallpaper. It was still scary, though. Sonic said, I need to find a way out. I need to find a way out and save Tails. And he walked into a door that was on the next wall. Next thing, said Sonic, and he came out of the room into the same room he was in. This is a haunted house. You can always come back to the same place, said Sonic, thinking of a famous saying he once saw on a Walgreens where it was written. Eggman laughed and pointed at Sonic. I kissed Amy, and now you can never date her again because I am going to do sex to her tonight. No, this cannot be real, said Sonic. Sonic knew he had to do something. But what? Great voices I'm using. Thank you. This is why we do this. Eggman kissed Amy, and he's going to do sex on her tonight. Sorry, do sex to her tonight. Whew. All right. Keep in mind, there's only 5 chapters to this thing. What did you just come in on? Sonic High School. We're debating if we're going to read a 3rd chapter or just play Pokemon. So we have read Hogwarts School of Prayer and Miracles. We got to chapter, I don't remember, chapter 7 on that one. We didn't finish chapter 7. We got to chapter 7. And then, we got to chapter 16 on My Immortal. We didn't start chapter 16. We just got to it. And now, for Sonic High School, we just finished chapter 2. So we're trying to decide if we're going to read chapter 3, whether there's any more fanfiction to read, or whether we're going to switch over to Pokemon. So that's the great debate going on right now. It has been a ride. Tonight's stream has been quite the ride. And I appreciate everybody for tuning in. And I appreciate all the follows and the content ideas and just everything we've gone through tonight. This has been a lot of fun. The silly tag is definitely coming in handy. So what do we think, chat? Are we going to switch over to Pokemon? Or are we going to keep going? Are you ready for more Pokemon Scarlet? Which is probably just going to be me fighting random Pokemon because I can't take on the Titan yet. You ready for Pokemon? Okay, alright. I hope Ronnie caught all of that. Because this fanfiction was Ronnie's request. And I don't know if he caught any of it. So he might have to watch the VOD later. Because this will be going up on YouTube in about a week. So if anybody wants to listen back on all this, you can check us out in a week. Or when the VOD ends, I guess you could just watch it on Twitch because it saves on my VODs anyway. But yeah, full thing, YouTube next week. That's about my upload schedule on that. And of course, I'm on Twitter. I'm on Instagram, kind of. I'm on TikTok, technically. It's all under Cookies and Cosplay, in case you're wondering. I have a Discord. That's where we came up with this whole idea. So that's been fun. But yeah, we're gonna switch this over to Scarlet. Let me just change our game real quick. If the thing would cooperate, that'd be cool. There it goes. What the heck? I don't know why it didn't do that. Okay, so now it switched us over to Pokemon. I am gonna have to get us set up again because Pokemon's probably turned off by now. There it goes. We ditched our Joy-Cons earlier, like way earlier, so. Hopefully we can hear everything. Let me know, because my headphones turned off on me. I don't actually know if my sound is working in this game. It wasn't earlier. I'm hoping that I fix that somehow. It may not. The sound in this game may not work with us today. I may have to get it reset before tomorrow morning, so just bear with us. The last time we were playing, our goal was to take on the next Titan, which is a possible water Pokemon. We were trying to level up our Pokemon because the Pokemon in this... Oop, that's not what I meant to do. Yeah, no. I was not anticipating this. So the Pokemon in our party were not ready for this. Oh dear. Okay, so my headphones are not picking up anything. I hope all of you can hear it because my headphones are not cooperating. So we've switched over to Pokemon Scarlet. Our intention is to take on the next Titan. It is the final Titan. There are dogs in the background. And we are... Yes, we are only sticking with the Pokemon from this generation. That is still our shtick. So... I don't know why I can't hear everything. I hope all of you can hear everything. It's a little strange that it's not letting me hear it. Can y'all hear the game? Is there battle music right now? Is there anything other than dogs? Hydrate. Oh, yes. a soda for my staying awake needs. I'm just gonna use this again. You can hear the sound effects. Okay, cool. Because my headphones are not picking up anything from the computer, I don't know what's going on with it. I'll have to check it in the morning before I get started with Animal Crossing. We'll see. The plan is to try to get our Pokemon up to at least level 50 because all of the Pokemon around the lake and in the lake are all level 50. But it's been a slow ride, so we'll see. I did not finish my headband earlier, Zalus, in case you're wondering. But I didn't do the gold headband. I just stuck with the black wig and the bunny suit. I've gotten very comfortable since I started, so I'm less up and bouncy. But yeah, it's been a fun night. We've had some great fan fictions going on. We've had some real cringy ones too, honestly. Like, to be honest, most of the My Immortal fanfiction was just complete cringe, as we expected it to be. Hogwarts School of Prayer and Prayer and Miracles was a something. I wish that you'd caught some of that one. It was our first one, but it was, oh boy, gonna have to check that one out. It was, whew. For anyone who doesn't know, Hogwarts School of... You can't believe you missed all the glorious fanfiction. I know, I can't believe you did too. Honestly, Hogwarts School of Prayer and Miracles. In a way, it was the better written fanfiction, for sure. From the sense that we could actually read it, and there weren't a bunch of misspellings. You'll have to tune in to the VOD or tune in to the YouTube next week when it goes live, because it was kind of worth it. With all the Bible verses, yeah. Unfortunately, because I don't know much about the actual literal Bible itself, like, I couldn't follow along with everything she was quoting, so it wasn't until later that we actually knew what she was saying. But yeah, that one was pretty great. It was something. The hats was the thing that got me. The Gryffindor hat versus Slytherin hat versus, oh boy, that got me a little bit. And then we switched over to My Immortal, which, greatest fanfiction ever written, not gonna lie. It was so much fun to read. Like, and I say that without a hint of irony. It was literally so much fun to read that one. Then we got off on a weird tangent about other stories to be read that had been written. And then we ended up with Sonic High School, which was very strangely written, very strange to read. That's why we only did 2 chapters, to be honest. I don't know if I could do too much more of that one. But we tried. We tried. This move that our cat is doing is always critical. Like, it always is a critical hit. So we're trying to bank on that a little bit. But our enemy is apparently like level 56. And our Pokemon are like level 30 something. So we're not gonna do very well. We are doing a this gen Titan only run, in case anybody is a Pokemon fan and wants to know all that. So we've actually been working on this for a few weeks now. Technically, I think 3, possibly just, no, I think with 3. 3 is about the number, because we played what was that game? Pokemon Arceus first. So you're old and didn't understand a word of what we just said. That's okay. That's all right. We got you, fam. So essentially what we're doing is we're trying to play a game in which We only use the Pokemon that came out of this generation. And because this generation has 3 different routes you can do either do the Pokemon gyms and fight Pokemon gym leaders like every other game. You can do the bases, which means you're fighting the villains of the game. Or you can fight the Titan Pokemon, which is like a side quest, which you gotta fight these big old Pokemon to try to heal somebody's pet dog. So of course that's the one we picked. You missed the first 2 chapters of Sonic High School. Yes. I might... Ronnie was the one that suggested it as Alice, so it's not merciful for him. I might read the 3rd chapter after we do a little bit of Pokemoning. I'm not gonna lie. I think what I'm gonna do is do a little bit of Pokemon, then read the 3rd chapter, then do a little more Pokemon. You wanted to see the cringe? Oh, it was cringe, alright. We were having a time. Meowscarada, get back here. Anyway, to explain what I said in plain English, only Pokemon that first showed up in this game are being considered, and we are only trying to save this one kid's dog. That's the only path we're on. In My Immortal, we stopped on the chapter that you left on, chapter 16. And then we stopped on the Sonic High School on chapter 2. So we got through chapter 2, and then we stopped. We're not going to beat this guy, I don't think. Gyarados must recharge, thank goodness. He used Hyper Beam on us, and it hurt. So, I don't think we're going to do well against it. Illegal dog fights to save someone else's dog. Seriously. No. He said he was going to do the sex. And did Sonic's ball smell bad? So, Sonic wrote in his journal that he had itchy balls, and then he tried to make out with his girlfriend and almost had sex with her in the classroom, and they were like, "Nah, fam." And then the teacher showed up, and then Rogue told her all about the fact that he has sweaty balls, and she was like, "Ha ha 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 ha." And then it was prom suddenly, and they went to an island, and it was full of spooky ghosts. Yeah, that's all I can remember. Eggman said he was gonna do the sex, and he did not do the sex yet, and that's okay. Wouldn't have been good anyway, since it's gotta go fast. Oh. What was the worst fanfic of the night so far? I think so far the worst fanfic of the night is still probably My Immortal. I think universally that has been the cringiest. I think if we got farther in the Sonic one, it might be in the running. But, oh man. I'm still debating whether we want to, like, play Pokemon for a little while and then go back to reading fanfiction, or if we're gonna finish with playing Pokemon. It depends on how far we get in Pokemon, honestly. Because that's gonna be the big thing. I'm having a, excuse me, makeshift Dr. Pepper is the best way I can put that. When you put cinnamon whiskey into a couple of Coke Zeros, you basically get Dr. Pepper. And since the first one was essentially a screwdriver, this is a weird alternative. Alright, flower trick. Let's see. Let's kill the fish. If you hear any whining and strange noises in the background, anybody that's just now tuning in, there are 3 giant dogs in this house, and they don't want to be left downstairs, but they will absolutely jump on me, and I don't want to be jumped on. So, they must stay downstairs. And they don't like it. The wild Veluza breaks the mold. Good for you, Veluza. Yep. Except he also was not able to move because we startled him. Night Slash. Ooh. How about Night Slash instead of Scrap? Or Night Slash instead. You too often have that problem with startled. You can't move? You're unable to move because you were startled? Okay. Good to know. Good to know. I will endeavor to not startle you enough that you can't move. PP was restored. I feel I'm giving you too much power with that knowledge. Well, maybe. Oh, I didn't get to tell you that I read the Bone Witch. I read the book about the necromancer who raised her brother from the dead. And there's 2 more books in that series. I kind of loved it. I'm not gonna lie. It was written in a sense that the main character was telling the story to somebody. So it kept jumping between like present day and the past, like the actual story. And the style was really good. It was well written. It was easy to follow. There were a few like things that I had to stop on and be like, hey, what does this mean? Because it was definitely based on more like Eastern witchery or like Middle Eastern, East Europe, like that kind of thing. And yet I was able to follow it. I knew what was going on, kind of got it. They were basically geishas, but not really in the story. And she raised a bunch of dead rats and also a king that was a dickhead. So it was kind of fun. Kind of enjoyed it. So minor spoilers for the very beginning of the book, I guess. But yeah, highly recommend, and I'm definitely going to be picking up the 2nd and 3rd in that trilogy because it left on a cliffhanger that was slightly contradictory to what had been happening, and I don't appreciate that. So I need to know what happens next. Did I find a copy of the other one I liked? I did find a copy of Flame in the Mist that was hardback, but you knew that. I did not find a copy of The Bells yet. That was not written in or bent or any of those things. So I'm still looking for that one. Not super keen on like picking it up just because I see it, but it'll be an eventual find. I did pick up The Beautiful, which was written by Renee Attier, who did The Flame in the Mist. And so far it's been good. It's basically vampire novel set in New Orleans in about 1860-ish, and has described itself as, so far, 10 years after the Civil War. So that's been interesting. I can definitely tell that the author, while they may have faced racial struggles in their life, probably didn't face the same racial struggles as, I guess you would say African American, Black people, people of color. Although the author herself is a person of color. So it's odd to see that there's a little bit of like white apologist to it, if that makes sense. It's very odd. So far, it's good in the imagery, but it's odd in the overall story. So I think the author would have had a better time setting it in a different period that they were more comfortable writing in. But it's not bad, mind you. I'm not saying this is like a detractment from it. But it's very clear that the author is not comfortable writing in this time period, and they keep like almost apologizing for using that time period. So it's a thing. Overall, it's set in New Orleans, so we'll see how that goes. I think I'm about, they're not numbered, so I'm just guessing here. about 8 or 9 chapters in. So I'm still pretty early in the book so far. Not that most of y'all wanted to know about my reading habits, but like, I read things and I like them, so what can I do about it? See, so the author she's a woman of color, in the sense that she is not a Caucasian person, or at least not fully Caucasian. She's at least half or more South Korean, from what I can glean from like her author's page and everything. And it's pretty clear that writing stories of the nature of like, oh, we're in America 10 years after the Civil War, writing about black people who are the somewhat owners slash leaders of like a restaurant, and like the main character is commenting about the fact that, oh, I wouldn't have expected them to be in charge of all these white people. That was weird. That was weird because the main character is like from France apparently, and is also herself like part Asian and not fully white, and you can only tell because of the slant of her eyes. Like, this is not reading right for some reason. And maybe it's me. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. But it's not reading very well. In those instances specifically. It's like, are you okay? Are you comfortable with, like, if you've done a lot of apologizing for who you are? Like, what is happening here? I don't know. Ew, yeah. No, for sure. I don't know. I think I'm missing a fundamental part of it. And it could be because I'm a white person that I'm missing it, which, fair. But it reads weird. It reads weird. So, trying to not read too much into it. I mean, it's a young adult or a young adult fiction, so fuck it. It's a vampire story set in the early New Orleans days, probably modeled after the early Vampire Diaries stuff. Who knows? Catch an eye in the middle of that. Oh, she's from France. Yeah, no, so the main character is from France, and she is like just I'm gonna say Asian. The book says Oriental. Bothers me. She's just Asian enough that she has like slightly slanted eyes and a slightly different chin, and that's like all you can tell about her besides her like dark thick hair. That's the only way that other characters would know she's not a white girl, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know if this is coming from a place of like, I am a white girl and so I don't understand the different nuances, or if this is coming from a place of like, no, this reads a little weird and you shouldn't be writing about this time period. But also, in the end, I think it's supposed to be like a... How do I say? It's supposed to be something... Yeah, it's the originals. Yeah, it's the prequel set in New Orleans, Vampire Diaries. Basically. It's basically that story with more steps, I guess. So far I've gotten to a point where the only mention from the main character, this is like, oh, it's only 10 years after the Civil War, oh my god, is the fact that the character herself, the main character, is just so, like, taken aback by the guy running the restaurant and, like, directing the servers being a person of color. Like, that sticks in her mind so much that she's like, oh my god, this is amazing. And it's like, okay, like, yeah, it would be amazing in that time, I guess, but also, why is your character also surprised by that? Like, she doesn't know anything. She's from Paris, doesn't know anything about America, just arrived on a boat like a week ago. I don't know. Yeah, no, it's okay. I just read it today. I literally, I was reading it before stream, and it almost made me late to stream. So, like, that's what I was doing before I jumped on, and that's why I didn't finish the headband, and that's why I've, you know, been off on that tangent for a bit now. So, other than that, like, it's a good book. I can definitely see where it took its influences from. It 100% took influences from the Vampire Diaries, though. Oh, yeah. The character didn't need to mention it. Like, it wasn't even like, oh, this is a thing that they mentioned once. It literally, any scene that you see these two characters interacting with, in the first, I guess, 7 chapters or so, this character has said it pretty much every time they look at the other character. So that's why it's like, that's a little much. That's a little weird. There are ways to weave that stuff in narratively that feel more natural as a person experiencing it. Theoretically. Because, you know, none of us are that old. But it's also a situation where it's like, well, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not that natural for these things to be happening to this character. Maybe it's not that natural for us to be able to weave that stuff in narratively. Says me, I know. As if I am a published novelist who writes all these things and, you know, makes lots of money from writing things. Unfortunately not. I have only beaten Nano like 3 times. None of us being that old. You're not that old either. You are not old enough to have been born in like 1850. A little behind. Yeah, that's what stream does to you. That's what stream does to you. Don't worry about it. Oh my god, my Pokemon's gonna die. Just try. Just try. Nope. Oh well, maybe. Maybe. I wish I had some, like, sweet tea with vodka in that. I would have put raspberry and vodka in the sweet tea. That would have been great. I will write that down to remember that by. Because instead I've put cinnamon whiskey in Coke Zero. It's been a thing. This might take us a while because we are only doing okay in the grand scheme of things. But hey, why don't we take out a Gyarados? Dang it, I think he noticed us. Wow, we're so tall. Did I ever get my car fixed? No. Not in the sense that you're thinking, but yes, in the sense that I get back and forth to work every day. Which is important. Also, I've noticed that our switching to Pokemon has lost us some eyes. And that's okay. Not everybody can handle just playing Pokemon instead of reading fanfiction. That's okay. Wow, we died. Who's next? Oh, he's confused. That's cool. That doesn't help me at all. Thanks. I feel like my stream, not my stream itself, but like the game is running kind of slow right now. I don't know if that's a thing because of the stream or what's happening. It does seem a little jittery. Group hydration. Okay. That means everybody grab your nearest beverage, whether that's water, tea, Coke, milk, juice, alcohol. I don't care. Could be coffee. Could be really anything except Gamer Girl bathwater. As long as you take a big ol' swig. I I took such a big swig that it slipped down my face. Whoop! You did a streamer thing. Nice. For anybody wondering, we don't do gamer girl bathwater because it will only leave you more thirsty. So, anything else? Fair game. You can drink it. Gamer girl bathwater? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Don't do it. Congrats on your first streamer redeem. So, essentially, as you watch streams, you earn points and you redeem things like this. It was terrible, but it's true. It's true. That's what Gamer Girl Bathwater does to you. It makes you more thirsty. You didn't say it wasn't. Right, but that's why. That's why that's a thing. That's why that's what we say. We all know that hydration is important before you dehydrate. However, we also know that specifically you cannot drink Gamer Girl bathwater. It's just a bad idea all around. Oh my goodness. He just used this thing on us and we fainted. We must try again. Dehydrate. I know. What a fun word. Hydrate before you dehydrate. Sure. We're gonna switch to Knackle Stack, also known as Salt Stack, because it's NaCl, which should be your favorite Pokemon ever. And then we're going to hit it with oh, I don't have any more things. I don't have what I thought I did. So we're just gonna hope. Dragon Dance! Yay! We're probably gonna die to this Pokemon. I have to go back to the thing. I have to go back to the Pokemon Center because I ran out of revives. You're not gonna get that lucky again. Does Knackle Stack not do well against horse Pokemon? This is Gyarados. Gyarados is a water, which is super effective. Cause salt. Only if those horse Pokemon are water or... Yeah, just water, maybe grass. A water grass horse would definitely take him out. The Pokemon we're against is also flying. But I don't know why we're doing well. Okay, use Dragon Dance. We'll take you out. It's okay. Are we gonna win? Are we gonna beat this Gyarados that we didn't expect to win against? Our main man's not gonna get any... Yeah, you do know what a Gyarados is? I thought so. I was starting to doubt for a second. We managed to beat Gyarados. I don't know how we did that. We ran out of revives. It's a whole thing. We're on a legendary right now. He can swim. He has tires. Do you see this man? This is the thing. You played up to Crystal? Well, you didn't play this game. I don't remember the map button. It's a thing. Oh, found the map button. Wow, this is like loading weird. I don't know what's happening. Everything should be non-stuttery, but it's very stuttery for some reason. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening. It's okay, but I still don't know what it is. So... we might not play this for long. I thought we were at least going to get to the Titan and actually take him on, take him out. We'll see. That we're going to end our glorious, glorious fanfiction reading with some alternative gaming. We'll see. I don't know why my my counter is not working today. So I usually have a timer that tells me how often my ads are rolling, but it just kind of cut out on me on hour 2 and we're at hour 4, so we'll see. We'll grab some revives because we don't have any. That's far away from. Grab 8 of them. And then we'll just, oh, I can't ride Koraidon. Okay. You decided that because? Alright, we jump down here. We go towards the flag. It's okay. Whoosh. We try to avoid Pokemon on the way there. Because they will spawn out of nowhere, considering that the game only loads things at the last possible second. So, you know, like that. I did see him, but just a proof point. Frisk! It's found its miracle seed. Run. Nobody else gets that joke, I'm sorry. It was funny to me. And I don't apologize for it, actually. I take it back. I don't apologize for it. I'm not sure why I didn't teleport here before we ran towards the desert, but we gotta get out of the desert so we can actually run towards the goal. Oh my god, no. These tiny elephants, I thought we were gonna get around them. Pokemon has a wheel and runs. Yeah, he does not run with his wheel. He just runs with his legs. But he also can fly. Bet you didn't see that coming. We just learned that from the last Titan. That was the thing we learned. Guess I learned how to swim at some point. I'm still not convinced that we learned that earlier, but we knew it, and I don't know. Casa Royal Lake. We are going to the ground fast. Whee! I'm heading straight for the goal. I know somebody told me level 56, but like maybe we'll be. Oh, guess we're close. Hey there, Cece. So rumor has the fake dragon titan lurks somewhere in this lake, yeah, but not a single person ever caught a glimpse of it. Must be some kind of truly terrifying beast, but how are we supposed to search for a thing when we don't even know what it looks like? Sure would be handy if it just ran around crying, I am the titan or something. If only, right? Right? Okay, cool. I don't like that at all. I don't find that enjoyable in the slightest. Okay, back to startling slowpokes. That's actually how we've been leveling so far, is we've been startling slowpokes and managing to get 2 hits off on them. Kills them. So we're doing our best. Yeah, we're trying. Mostly. Something like that. Wow. Wow, he was startled, so he can't do anything. We used Magical Leaf on him and he passed away. Bye-bye, Slowpoke. It's fine. It's fine. He just fell asleep. Oh my god. Hello. Sir, are you lost? I feel like you are. Oh, we don't have this Pokemon yet, and yet I'm gonna kill him. Wow, a Slowbro. Amazing. He was the only one looking away from us. What could we do? This fish wants us on the side, but too bad, so sad for him. We're gonna do this. Super effective. Oh, I guess I didn't take fanfiction reading out of my tags. But that's okay. Oh. Oh, what a shame. Apparently I did get a fanfiction suggestion in my whispers, but I didn't see it till literally just now. And that makes me sad, because I kind of wish I had been able to see it. I don't know what it was, but we got one, and I totally missed it. Because my tab wasn't open for that. Pro tip to anybody who doesn't know, it's actually really difficult for a streamer to check their whispers while they're streaming. It's much better to contact them in whatever way they tell you to contact them. So, Like for me, it's easier to contact me either on Twitter or on Discord, especially while I'm streaming, because my Discord is pulled up while I'm on stream, and it's pretty easy to reach out to me there, whether you actually join the Discord or whether you just message me from it. But yeah, we unfortunately missed out on somebody sending us another fanfiction that we could have read. So I may have to save it for next week then. We may have to make this a weekly thing. Hope y'all won't be too offended by that. I'm looking forward to it, to be honest. I would be lying if I said I did not enjoy the fact that we did 3 fanfictions in one night. 2 I was planning on, 1 I wasn't. It was a lot of fun to be reading them. I don't think I'll be wearing the bunny suit every single time. I'll definitely be doing different characters. Although, I guess technically I might be doing your next time, just not in a bunny suit. Just, oh, hello fish. Just to see how it goes. But, Wild Veluza breaks the mold. Okay. Psycho Cut, but it doesn't affect me. I don't know what that means. Here's a flower trick, which is critical and super effective every time. Used Crunch, but it's not effective because I'm already a dark type. Here's some leaves, which are super effective. Goodbye. Veluza fillet. Great. Oh my god, the fish are coming out of the water to attack me. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Flower trick for the Tatsugiri. See what he says. Womp. A critical hit. But it's not super effective. I don't like that. Are you not a water Pokemon? I kind of thought he was. Oh, that's a dragon move. I didn't like that at all. We fainted. I didn't ask for this. Who's next Pokemon? I guess. Okay. I guess we have to, wait, that tiny Pokemon is a dragon type? What is happening right now? Nasty plot. Okay, your special attack rose. Good for you. Here is a fairy type move. Oh god, that did nothing? Oh, I didn't like that. Oh, no, 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 no. What? Why did it let me use it if it had no effect? Ah, the old games wouldn't let me do that. It would have been like, oh, this is gonna have no effect, and it wouldn't let me use it. What the heck? This game is just... it's against me. That's all it is. It doesn't want me to win. You know, I saw False Dragon, so I assumed that we'd be going up against a water Pokemon. But this area has some weird things. Like this Tatsugiri is a dragon type, but he's got pretty hefty defense. I usually don't. And or my Onkalungi just wasn't good. Which is fine. I mean, I get it. But I don't know. I don't know what we're looking for, so I don't know what we're supposed to be battling. It hasn't told us, like, oh my god, there's the Titan Pokemon. So, I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking for. But we killed Tatsugi, and that's the important part. I kinda need to use the restroom. Kinda need to take another break. But I didn't want to until we were at a stopping point. And we're not. Decisions. Do I put us on another break and use the restroom as I need to? Or do I just wait and let it consume me slowly? Oop. Nope. No, please. Go back to the Pokemon I was already using it on. Thank you. Nope. Wow. Okay, so the game is going really slowly. And I think that's probably our hint to wrap it up. But we'll see. I was hoping we would at least see what the false dragon looks like. But I guess not. I don't know how to quickly level up our Pokemon without encountering trainers, which we've seen almost none of in this area. It hasn't been easy. And our level 30 something is taking on a level 50 with no problems, so maybe we're okay? I don't know. I really don't know. We did catch a Dodonzo. That's what actually helped us take out the last Pokemon. Even though he lounged the whole time and didn't want to do what we said. At least he is still a fish, and we can still mess up his day. Wow, that didn't even do half his health. Nope, not effective. That was really slow. I'm thinking we need to wrap it up soon, only because the game is running so slowly that I don't know if it's my laptop that's having problems, if it's the game that's having problems, if my little Elgato capture card is having problems. I don't know what's having issues right now. So it's definitely a, well, this seems like a good wrap-up time. So we may need to call it quits. Way before I wanted to call it quits on Pokemon Scarlet, so... Ugh, that's a big oof right there. Maybe we'll set a goal of level. So let's heal this real quick. Get that done. I'll give it a soda pop, just cause. Gives it 45 out of 50 points. It's level 39, so let's get to level 40, and then we will try to give it a try. So we already know that those little tiny fish are not going to work for us. Oh my goodness. Well, we tried to attack that fish, and it went berserk on us. How about now? So we'll get to level 40 with our main character, or our main Pokemon, which he's called the False Titan. It's in a lake. It's gotta be a water Pokemon. All I can figure. So we'll just, you know, keep raising our Pokemon's attack. We'll keep raising our grass abilities. We'll try to get as close to 50 as possible next stream, just so we have a fighting chance, essentially. So I'd like to be at least level 45 before we take on the 56. If we can be level 50, that's even better. But since we're still working on the ability to be level 50 or 40, we've got a ways to go. So we'll see. Do I have any experience thingies? I don't think we do. I think this was the actual thing. No, doesn't look like we do. Okay. So we just gotta finish this particular thing. Alright, I'm gonna jump in the water just so we can, like, go up behind the slowpoke, startle him, get him done. Alright. Alright, flower trick. Dun, 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 dun. It's just super effective. Imagine that. Caught off guard? Wow. Okay. We should be able to get to level 50 pretty easily. We should be taking on, or not level 50, level 40 pretty easily. But I was hoping that we were gonna run into more trainers while we were out here, and I don't think we will. So I think we're actually gonna need to, what the heck was that? I think we're gonna need to actually go up here and try to find some trainers to see if we can get to that same range. Otherwise, we might need to just hope for the best. Because it does say the False Titan is around here somewhere, but I don't see where. I don't see how we're gonna get a good... Okay, can we jump, please? Thank you. Okay, we arrived at our destination, and there's a bunch of fish that are talking to us. Definitely don't like that. But there's a trainer, so we'll take that on. Wow, all the way out here? You've sure put in some effort coming all the way out in your own little legs. Actually, we came on Koraidon's legs. He's pretty good at it. Did he say Cabby? Cabby Oscar. Okay. Let's do it. Copper Jaw. Okay. How about Flower Trick? That's my one move. That's all I got. Oh, it's not very effective. That's cool. Strength. Ouch. Okay, that's fine. Not very... Okay, so grass is not very effective. So maybe fire, but then it's also way bigger than us. Maybe? Maybe? I don't know. I really don't know. Not very effective, but Charcadet fainted. Of course it did. I don't know what to use. Okay. Grass is not very effective, so ground is probably not going to be very effective, but also maybe... Ouch. Play Rough was not on my agenda. That's super effective. Okay. What? Don't like that at all in the slightest. Why is that super effective? What the heck is Copperjaw? Copperjaw? What the heck is Copperjaw? Oh, it's using a dig. That's cool. I don't like that at all. Okay, lemonade for you, I guess. Used a can of lemonade, and Meowscarada had its HP reserve. Yeah, no, this fight is probably gonna be it for me, because I need to use the restroom so bad I can't sit still. Oh, I'm having some issues. We're just gonna wiggle a lot, and I hope that y'all are okay with that. Because if I don't wiggle, I'm probably going to not have a fun time. Dig. Rude. Hydrate. Okay. Alright, I'm taking this sip. Even though I have to use the restroom so bad. Rude. Okay, Cube, that was the last of my drink. You rude dude. Why would you do that to me? Why did I use that so early? That's okay. Dig. Glop. Not very effective. Wow, that actually did quite a bit of my health for no reason. Strength. Glop. Fainted. Nope. Of course it did. Of course. It's fine. It's fine. It's probably going to be super effective against this Pokemon because it's electric and fighting, but that's fine. It's fine because I can just use a revive and everything will be fine. Meowscarada recovered from fainting. Iron Head. Oh no, it's not very effective, and yet Almo fainted. This is very telling that we should not be in this area right now. We should definitely be in a different area that is not as high level as this. So that's fun. We're just gonna use Night Slash again and hopefully the rest of our team is basically keeping Meowscarada coming back. Just coming back for the fight. That's it. That's all they're doing. Alright, Winky, let's go. Your opponent is weak. Yeah, me too. I'm also weak. We'll see what happens. Used a revive. Nice. Played rough. Of course. Lingering aroma. I don't know what that means anyway. Winkalongi fainted. Cool. How about Meowscarada again? Wow. Amazing. Yeah, we're gonna send our dear Pokemon back to the Pokemon Center and heal up. And that's all I can do tonight. Right? We're not gonna get very far. If we can't beat a trainer in the area, we're definitely not gonna beat a Titan in the area. So we just barely got through him. If that's not a sign that we need some more training, I don't know what is. So we're gonna teleport over here to Port Marinada. Like Marinara, but Marinada. You know what I mean? So we're gonna teleport back over here. We're gonna heal up our Pokemon, and that is going to be that. Because I don't think I could get through another thing. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. You know, who knows? Who even knows? I don't, specifically. But you know what I do know? I do know that we are going to just, we're gonna raid out. We're gonna raid somebody that I know very well, that I've known for many, many years, that I support wholeheartedly, that actually encouraged me to get into streaming when I first started. And, yeah, so I hope all of you will stick around for that. I hope we're, gonna have a good time. So make sure you rest, relax, get something to eat if you need it. Make sure you hydrate, of course. I hope you have a wonderful, relaxing rest of your day. And I hope that you'll tune in next Saturday for more of this. Tuesday for Wildflowers, Thursday for Dreamlight Valley, tomorrow and next Sunday for maybe some Animal Crossing, maybe some more demos. I'm not sure what we're gonna do. But as always, make sure you take care of yourself first and foremost. And like I said before, make sure you hydrate before you dehydrate. And I'll see you again real soon. I hope that all of you will join me over there on Basu's channel because he's super cool. And he is currently playing, let me double check. Also Pokemon. So if you're tuning in for Pokemon specifically, it's even better. You don't have to stop. He's a lot farther than we are in the game, so hopefully he'll have some good stuff to see. So thank you again so much for everybody tuning in, and let's go raid. Let's go. Bye.